Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, my name is Dowin Boatright, and I have the distinct honor of co-chairing this consensus conference with Dr. Bob Neumar. And we just wanted to thank you all so much for joining us today, especially this early in the morning. Although I do recognize for some of us from the East Coast, this is already midday. So today we're going to be talking about creating a diverse and sustainable emergency medicine investigator pathway. And as you can tell by just the energy and engagement already in this room, this is a critically important topic. It's important because it has implications for the caliber of science that we can deliver to the public, and also the quality of care that we can deliver to our patients. And before we begin, we'd just like to acknowledge that our speakers do not have financial disclosures. And I'd also just like to acknowledge both our planning committee and our work group leaders that have dedicated so much time over the last year to bring this consensus conference together. So if you are a member of the planning committee or work group, please stand. We really appreciate your support. I'm also a photographer. So why are we here today? So again, we're here to identify interventions to develop a sustainable and diverse cohort of emergency medicine clinician investigators. And this is important because of the state of the physician-scientist workforce in emergency medicine currently. From literature from many of people in this room today, including Dr. Neumar, we know that among emergency medicine faculty, only 1.7% have NIH funding, which is the lowest among faculty among any specialty. Additionally, this scarcity of funding isn't just at the investigator level. We also see this deficit among departments. Only 33% of emergency medicine departments at academic medical centers have NIH funding, again, the lowest among all specialties. And not only do we have a scarcity of federal funding among our specialty, but we also have a lack of diversity. These are just figures taken in terms of the racial and ethnic composition of trainees in emergency medicine. And you can see that 73% are white and less than 10% are Black or Hispanic. Moreover, these numbers have not changed dramatically over the last 30 years. And not only do we see disparities in terms of composition based on race and ethnicity, but also in terms of gender, with our field, again, for nearly the last 30 years being about 2/3 male. So this brings us to today's objective. And again, we'd like to work with you all together to develop evidence-based strategies to create a diverse and sustainable emergency medicine investigator pipeline. And again, we're gonna have a very large scope and ambitious agenda here that will span the scope of training and practice for our specialty. And to do so throughout the day, we'll break into small groups focusing on students at the undergraduate medical school level, the residency fellow level, and the faculty level. And I'd like to ask Dr. Neumar to now give us additional detail in terms of how these breakout sessions will run.
So good morning, and thank you again for joining us for this important endeavor. So for the 3 small breakout sessions we're gonna have, this is gonna be the outline. We'll have the working group leaders introduce the topic. We're gonna have a speaker that's gonna provide a personal reflection on their career journey related to this area in the pathway of career development. And then we'll have the working group present the list of interventions that was sent out to you, before the meeting. 'Cause a lot of work went into creating that unprioritized list of potential interventions that we're going to discuss today, with the goal of having a priority list at the end of the session. So once those are presented, we will briefly ask if there's something missing. So we will allow people to say, bring forward if there really is something truly missing from that list. We can have a discussion about that and potentially add additional interventions. And then we're going to break out into the small groups by table. So each table will be assigned one of the strategic interventions. And then you're going to have a discussion for that for up to 30 minutes. And the goal there is to report back out why you think that strategy is or isn't important for advancing our clinician science investigator pipeline in the specialty. After those report outs, we will have some time for group discussion about different comments and suggestions related to the various strategies that are put forward. And then at the end, we'll have an electronic vote. The QR code for the voting is going to be on your table. Don't do it yet, because I think you only get to vote once. Is that right? You only get to vote once. So if you vote now, then it won't be based on the discussion. So at the end of that vote, then, we will, at the end of the entire session, we will come back with the results of that vote. In our wrap-up session, we will allow one more time to modify your vote based on the entire scope of the discussion we had for the day. We have our RAMS students here to help us with this, and they are in the blue. And we're going to have them introduce themselves a little bit later in the session, but they're going to actually take notes for you at your table, both during your table discussion and during your report out. There's going to be a Google Doc for each one of the strategies that you can actually sign into during the session and while you're discussing, and put your own notes in there. So we'll have a rich array of comments and discussion for when we move to our writing up this and publishing this. So how should we prioritize these interventions? And these are some of the criteria we want you to think about. In fact, I would put impact at the top. So most importantly to consider is any of these interventions that we're going to propose, what do you think the impact will be on our ultimate goal of a diverse and sustainable investigator pipeline? But also I would suggest you consider feasibility, the timeline for when it would be able to be implemented, and what the metrics of success are and what the potential goals would be. In some ways, we want to sort of have a nice array of things that are maybe very ambitious but hard to do, and then also things that are very, maybe not as big of an impact but easy to do, so we have a broad portfolio of strategies to bring forward. So in terms of next steps after the conference, just to sort of give you an idea of what's going to happen after you leave here today. Again, after we do a final vote on these priorities at the end of the day, we're going to have one follow-up virtual meeting that you'll all be invited to attend. It'll probably occur in July. And at that point, we're not going to change any of the priorities, but we're going to modify them in terms of optimizing the wording, fleshing out the metrics of success and the goals, and who is going to be responsible for implementing those. And then we envision a manuscript published, hopefully by the end of the calendar year, that will be the conference proceedings with these proposed strategic strategies, and a call to action for the specialty to implement what we have proposed. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Dowin to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you so much. So I would like to introduce Dr. Lynn Richardson, who is a true visionary and pioneer among physician scientists in general, but especially our field in emergency medicine. Dr. Richardson is the Mount Sinai Endowed Professor of Emergency Medicine and Health Equity Science, and the founding co-director of the Institute for Health and Equity Research at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. A practicing emergency medicine physician, she is a nationally recognized expert in health services research who has made highly influential contributions to eliminating healthcare disparities in both research and policy arenas. Dr. Richardson has been well-funded through multiple institutes at the NIH, and she's also an elected member of the National Academy of Medicine. I also have the pleasure of saying that Dr. Richardson has been my mentor since I was a research fellow, and we actually met at this conference quite some time ago, and I think I trailed her from every meeting. I just became her shadow. So it's a pleasure now to welcome you to the stage to talk about the state of research in emergency medicine.
Okay, thank you, Dowin. And my thanks to the Planning Committee, particularly Dowin and Bob for inviting me. No one who knows me will be surprised that I did not exactly execute the assignment I was given. And what I'm going to talk to you about is not exactly the state of research in emergency medicine, but rather a topic that I think is central to why we're here today. And so I'm going to try to make the case for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Okay. Like many health services researchers, I've acquired funding from quite a number of federal and non-governmental sources. I have no financial conflicts to disclose. I belong to a lot of professional organizations and societies, but I am not here representing any of them. I speak for myself, and I am solely responsible for the remarks that you're about to hear. I would, however, like to share a few personal disclosures with you. I am a Black, cisgender, heterosexual woman, a native New Yorker, born in Harlem, second generation of Caribbean immigrants, and the first in my family to go to medical school, and still the only one in my family to have a doctoral degree in any discipline. And I take all of these things with me wherever I go. My multiple intersecting identities influence the way I experience the world and the way I operate in the world. Now, of course, this is true of everyone. Everyone's perspectives are shaped by their backgrounds and their experiences, and I guess we shouldn't be surprised that people with different backgrounds and experiences may have different perspectives on many things. Let me give you an example. I'm sure you've all heard the phrase, Black Lives Matter, and this is a phrase that I've had many conversations about with friends and colleagues, people I like and respect, and who support the concept that Black Lives Matter, but the phrasing troubles them a little bit. Their response to Black Lives Matter is, all lives matter. Of course, that's true. All lives matter. But what I recognize that others from different backgrounds may not is that the counterfactual that Black Lives Matter is designed to refute is Black lives don't matter. And that's a message that I get from many sources that I see almost everywhere I go all the time, and that I have for my entire life, this message that Black lives don't matter. And so Black Lives Matter resonates for me in a way that it may not for people with different perspectives. In any event, my perspective has shaped my research. Much of my past and all of my current work focuses on understanding the impact of health disparities on health, eliminating health care disparities, dismantling processes and policies that lead to inequities. And I've been doing this work for a long time. I'm not alone, but there haven't been that many of us. And it wasn't exactly mainstream. But then, suddenly, everything changed. When George Floyd was killed by a white police officer, and America watched on television, there was a wave of shock and outrage that swept across the country. Now again, perspectives differed. In the Black community, we felt grief and anger, but we weren't shocked, knowing that George Floyd is one of a long line of unarmed people who've been killed by police. But we've never seen this kind of impact by any of the killings before or any of the killings since, because they have continued. And it was unprecedented, as there was what I can only call an epiphany as many Americans realized for the first time that racism is real, and a growing awareness that all facets of our society are complicit in its persistence. And everyone issued a statement, organizations of every kind, educational, corporations, healthcare organizations. People changed their mission statements to insert equity into it. They established task forces to address the issue. It was really, again, an unprecedented time where everyone was thinking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how they could operationalize that in whatever their sphere of influence was. And so the language changed. I started hearing conversations I had never heard before. I heard white people talking about white privilege. Now, as a Black woman, I've known all my life about white privilege and male privilege, but I had not heard white people talking about white privilege. I had not seen official institutional documents acknowledging their white supremacy culture and their stated intentions to change it. I had not seen, and thought I never would, funding announcements from NIH to study structural racism. The world really had changed. And there was, as this groundswell of awareness, I think there were people, many people who were doing more than paying lip service to the idea of operationalizing diversity, equity, and inclusion. People started programs, they established offices, and as the momentum continued to build, then the backlash began. Emboldened by a Supreme Court that seems determined to rewrite the law to accord with its own ideology, the attack on DEI was underway. And this was not a spontaneous outburst. This is a carefully orchestrated, well-financed movement to dismantle diversity, equity, and inclusion. Legislation has been introduced into 28 states, including this one, to ban the use of diversity, equity, and inclusion, to eliminate offices of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the chilling effect of these laws actually go much further than what's stated in these statutes, as fear and intimidation are used to derail their promotion of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So how do we respond? The response of those of us who believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion has to be as thoughtful and strategic as the assault has been. We will reframe and rename while we continue to do the work. And so in some states, instead of calling this talk the case for diversity, equity, and inclusion, I might say this is a talk about pursuing inclusive excellence. The words have changed, but the message remains the same, and the work continues. Because for those of us who believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion, time is on our side, because every day, America grows more diverse. And the tipping point, the time where America will no longer be a predominantly white country, is going to come much sooner than was originally projected. By 2045, America will be a predominantly non-white country. And this is, in no small part, I believe, fueling the backlash of the vocal, well-organized minority whose self-esteem is really based in the idea of white supremacy and who are threatened by the idea of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so, while you can certainly make and I have been all my life, you can certainly make a moral case for diversity, equity, and inclusion, there's a business case to be made for diversity and equity and inclusion given the changing demographics of America. And the evidence that diverse teams outperform homogeneous teams. In the business world, they outperform financially, they have more innovation, they're better at complex problem solving, and for many younger workers, diversity in the workplace is a very important thing that they are looking for. And in education, the literature goes back for decades that people in diverse educational settings learn better. There's more intellectual engagement, there's more academic accomplishment, there's more cognitive skills, critical thinking is enhanced. And in healthcare, there's evidence that diverse teams make more accurate diagnoses, deliver better patient experience, and get greater patient adherence to doctors' recommendations when those providers come from diverse teams. So how does this work? What is the magic of diversity that makes it so effective in enhancing performance in every venue? And it really goes back to where I started. It turns out that having differing perspectives, differing experiences, differing knowledge, diverse skills actually contributes to almost any undertaking that you would like to pursue. And it happens because there's more innovation. There's more learning as diverse individuals learn from each other. And having a safe environment where everyone feels that they can contribute, that they feel safe, as they bring in all of those intersecting identities that I talked about in the beginning, that makes whatever process you are engaged in go better. And it enhances morale through greater belonging. So what does this look like in science? Well, diverse researchers ask different questions. They use different methodologies. They engage different populations. They make different interpretations of the data they collect, and they disseminate the findings in different ways. And so I am so proud to be here at a consensus conference that is looking at creating a diverse and sustainable workforce for emergency medicine. As researchers, we are following the science when we look to build this diverse and sustainable pathway. You know, we used to talk about the research training pipeline. The language has changed now because it turns out that the image of being stuffed into a pipe for years and coming out the other end is not very appealing. So we have changed the language from pipeline to pathway. But in some ways, the pipeline metaphor is very apt because pipes leak. And a pipeline like this can leak at any point, anywhere along the pathway. And that's exactly what happens to us and prospective researchers. Medical students enter medical school often very interested in research, enthusiastic and energetic. And then the brain-numbing experience of many of our medical school curricula really extinguish their intellectual curiosity. For those of you who actually make it through medical school and still arrive at interested in research at the residency level, the residency training pretty much stamps it out. with very few exceptions. And for those brave few junior faculty who are still interested in pursuing a career in research, even if they do advanced training, most of our fellowships don't promote rigorous research. And so every step of the way, they are discouraged, they face barriers, even those who find funding wind up often leaving research and sometimes leaving academia because it's so hard. I mentored a woman successfully on a K, brilliant woman, and after her K, she, not an emergency physician, by the way, she experienced a lot of pressure. In fact, I would call it bullying from her chair to get that R, was constantly reminded that he was supporting her protected research time, and how long did she expect him to do that? And she was working very hard, and she had 3 children and a husband who told her, "You're never home, you're always working." And one day she came and told me that she had taken a job in industry where she would make twice as much money working half the hours. That's our loss in research. So building a career in research, it's more like a death march. I mean, people are falling by the wayside at every step in this process. And so what we're going to be talking about for the rest of today is how to turn this around. What are the resources and strategies we need to use so that it's not so hard, so that we don't kill our young, so that people can actually find a pathway to develop a career? What do we have to put in place so that it's not so hard? And I'm very excited to be here, to be thinking with all of you about how we're going to accomplish this, how we're going to make sure that young researchers at every stage have the guidance and the help and the support and the programs they need, how we're going to keep everyone moving forward, and how we're going to keep everyone moving upward. Because hard work is not enough. We have to ensure that the road is not full of landmines and that the ladder isn't broken. We have to make sure that everyone, regardless of their race, regardless of their ethnicity, regardless of their gender identity or sexual orientation, regardless of their disability status, that everyone has the opportunity to contribute. And so all of us are going to harness our creativity and our intelligence and our passion to think about how we're going to make this possible as we identify strategies, priorities for our specialty of emergency medicine to make sure that we do in fact build a diverse and sustainable emergency medicine workforce. I'm very excited to be here with you. So let's get started. Are you ready? All right, let's go. Now, I would be remiss if I did not put up this commercial slide. But there are a lot of both young, interested researchers and senior mentors in the room, so I do want to remind you that I have a T32 program funded by NHLBI to train people in emergency care research. There are brochures on your table, and you should feel free to come up and talk to me if you have questions. All right. Hopefully that didn't violate our financial conflicts policy.
Questions for Lynn? No? Okay.
Wow, I have silenced this audience? That is hard to believe.
So Dr. Richardson, maybe just to start off, you mentioned the backlash that we're now seeing towards equality, equity, DEI. Would you mind maybe just mentioning some potential strategies that we can think about today during our session as we try to build a diverse and sustainable workforce?
Well, that's actually a whole nother talk, because the tactics are designed to create fear and intimidation. And it includes not just state legislation, but lawsuits. I'm aware of the bitter irony of a case at a New York City academic medical center where a civil rights violation has been filed by a middle-aged white man against a program designed to introduce science, technology, engineering, and medicine to Black and Latino youth in New York City. That somehow that has violated his civil rights by running such a program. I've been FOIA'd. Are you all familiar with the verb FOIA'd, to be FOIA'd? F-O-I-A, the Freedom of Information Act. Every one of my grants, every one of my progress reports is FOIA'd, looking for evidence that I am violating the law or to provide ammunition for lawsuits against me or my institution. There's been harassment of health equity scientists. I have one individual I know who's actually left academia because of the harassment that he was receiving over work looking at improving health for trans individuals. And so the attacks are vicious. And as I say, we have to be as thoughtful and strategic as the attacks. And so part of it is our reaction, right? Because the only thing you can ever really control is yourself. So I was on a call and there were a number, this is a multi-center, equity-focused grant, and many of the other PIs were really freaking out about these FOIAs. And I'm like, so what? Let them FOIA us. So what? If you allow yourself to be intimidated, then it will interrupt the work. And we've seen this. We've seen DEI offices closed. We've seen DEI officers let go. And often the chilling effect of this assault goes much greater than the actual statute of what's in these laws. Because people are afraid and the fear becomes the weapon. So the first thing is, be not afraid. Do the work. Do whatever you have to do to minimize the target on your back, but keep going. And I think if we have to reframe things, I've had the interesting experience of being asked by the powers that be at my institution to review our website to make sure that there's no language that might be seen as, excluding anyone. Well, our Health Equity Research Institute talks about differences in everything and diversity of all kinds: race, ethnicity, language, immigrant status, social disadvantage, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity. So I don't think we left anything out except possibly highly privileged white men, but I think that's the problem.
Thank you.
Lynn, love the talk. I'm going to ask you a question because I often think it's hard to navigate several of the themes that you've put together, particularly now. You started with this wonderful sharing of your intersectional lived experience. And I think one of the risks that we have is particularly when you have such an organized response to DEI efforts is to conflate things. And so things that may or may not actually be part of one identity of people are now being used as a tool to sort of take things down. And the reason I think about that is then the other thing you mentioned that was really important is that many of the good things that have happened in workforce development in the DEI space has been intentional. It wasn't just lip service as it was before. So how do we navigate a world where we don't want to do lip service, we want to be intentional, and we want to be explicit about that, but at the same time, we don't want to overly conflate something with the DEI effort when it's not? The death march, right, is a big academic medicine problem.
That's right.
It's everywhere. And so how do we sort of thread that needle?
You know, you're exactly right, Arjun. So it's hard for anybody of any background to develop a career as a funded researcher. That's exactly right. But, you know, there are lots of parallels in education where programs that were started as enrichment programs or support programs for individuals who were underrepresented minorities who were facing additional obstacles, turned out that those kinds of programs and supports are good for everybody. I mean, I saw this when I was in college. I was involved in some activism around establishing an Office of Minority Health at the college I went to. And there were a lot of programs to help students, at that time Black students, and it turned out that there were lots of white students and Hispanic students and Asian students and all kinds of students who were having the same kind of problems, and those programs were good for everybody, and they actually got normalized to be programs offered by the dean's office for all kinds of students. And so doing this work means special attention to people who need special attention, but actually making things better for everybody. So we're not working at cross purposes. We're not really doing things that are bad. Diversity, it turns out, is good for everyone. It's good for the majority students in the classroom and the minority students in the classroom. A rising tide lifts all boats, if you will. And so I do think that, again, you reframe programs to offer opportunities, and it's not illegal yet to encourage certain groups to apply, but it may be illegal to exclude groups based on race, ethnicity, or gender, or what have you. I mean, I think we've seen a lot the same thing with women's programs. When I got to Mount Sinai, there was a women's faculty group, and they used to put on great seminars on conflict interest, you know, conflicts management and time management, all kinds of fascinating seminars. And the men started showing up because the programming was so good, and they were having the same sorts of problems. And so I think seeing the humanity that, in fact, we all share these challenges, and that's how you frame it, reframe it, rename it, and keep doing the work. Yes?
Hi, Lynn. Thanks so much for this talk. I have a question that kind of dovetails on this idea of, rising tide lifts all ships, and that, in that health equity research boom that's happened in the past 4 years, I think that how do you safeguard against sort of the flip side of that, where we saw a lot of funding mechanisms open up to address health equity, but because the research pipeline rewards people who are successful in that pipeline, and there's already disparities in that success. So we saw a lot of people whose careers were leveraged by the health equity boom, who were not from diverse backgrounds, who did not have a background in researching health equity, and whereas people who had been sort of already in that field, doing that work, fighting that fight, didn't necessarily get lifted by that rising tide. So how do we make those mechanisms meet that target?
Yeah, life is not fair, is it? Yeah, we call that equity tourism. People who don't live here in the equity space, but now they've heard about it and they're attracted and they're coming to visit and they're writing grants in it and they have no idea what they're doing and they don't know how to engage with communities. And unfortunately, often the people reviewing the grants don't know the difference. That's the way the world works. It's certainly the way research funding works, right? I mean, how many times has a study section not gotten your grant, right? But I don't want to suggest that you have to be from, an underrepresented group to do good health equity work. There are people from all backgrounds who have done brilliant work in this space. All it takes is a commitment to diversity and a passion for justice, and you find that in people from all backgrounds. But you're right, some people, it's just window dressing. I started seeing, I do a lot of NIH reviews, I know a lot of people in this room do too, and suddenly I started seeing, these study teams, the demographic diversity being highlighted in the application. I'm like, well, that's interesting, especially since it looks like this person was put on just because they're Black. It doesn't really seem to have much of a role in this project. But, maybe the door was opened and maybe real collaboration will ensue. Let's try not to be too judgmental. But you're right, it is a problem. And different institutes are taking different approaches. We can get into this later, but I think you just keep doing good work and you try not to get too emotionally overwrought about people who do bad work. I mean, how often do you read a journal article and you're like, I can't believe they published that, right? Because the science is so bad. It happens in every field. Yes?
Thanks, Lynn, for your talk. I wanted to ask you to comment on something that you connected. In your third or fourth slide, you had mentioned this notion of the business case for DEI. We're here at a consensus conference that also thinks about creating the pathway for research. You mentioned the word funding. And so connecting it to this larger idea, the capitalization of generation of knowledge. We're going to be here, we're going to be talking about how do we fund, investigators, how do we do this, and money is how we've already lost the game in my mind. The academy is all about generating capital. You've seen what's going on in the country, as opposed to the generation of knowledge. And that is also the issue with DEI. When you say, I want to now make the business case, you've already said that the higher value is the financial capital that it generates the company, or in this case, the academy. So I wanted you to kind of reflect on that, because I think that many of the younger generation see this problem, right? If we're going to talk about money, then we can make, even the narrative you shared of that mentee who said, I'm going to go make double the amount of money in the industry. If we've made the money be the highest value, then what's the value of us giving up our time to generate knowledge for the future to make it better?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, and I don't want to mislead you. For the woman I was talking about, it wasn't about the money. It was about her mental health and well-being, that it was just too hard to stay in research. Listen, I would like to live in a world where money didn't matter, but I'm a health services researcher, and I can tell you when it comes to healthcare, money drives everything. You need to recognize that, and so you need to frame whatever proposition you're making to the audience you're speaking to. And so I have certainly given talks where I made the moral case for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I have gone into the C-suite and made a business case for why doing the right thing was also the smart thing from the perspective of healthcare leaders who may not share my values. And I think we have to be flexible and strategic and understand our audience. But I'm happy to talk about, wealth redistribution, and we can go as far as you want with the way I wish the world were, but we have to operate within the world the way it is. Academic medical centers right now are going through a particularly tough financial time. They were devastated by COVID, volumes went down, all the things that made money for hospitals stopped. But I've been at this long enough that I have seen these kinds of financial stresses before. They will rebound, some more than others, but you don't have to be all about the money just because you work for an institution that's all about the money. Yes?
Hi there. My name's Kira Maludi. I'm a fourth-year medical student at Virginia Commonwealth University. And
Welcome.
in the spirit of this consensus conference and addressing things from all levels, I know I'm in the minority in this room being at a lower stage in my career, but I'm curious how we at the medical student level or undergraduate level can support and be most effective in bringing about change in the DEI, the health equity world, that we aren't receiving pushback or that we aren't feeling heard, that we're really helping to affect change. You know, from your leadership and mentorship, where do you feel like we can be most effective in that role?
Well, I have to say, I think many students do find a way to be effective. I'm at a school that has very vocal students. But it can be scary. You may not feel safe to speak up or to speak out. And so you have to navigate that by finding allies, both amongst other students and amongst near peers, residents and fellows, and amongst faculty. And I think you will find them. Institutions do respond to what students want. They are sensitive to student demands. So sometimes students have more power than you know. Ask the trustees of Columbia University about how students can call attention to a problem they're passionate about. So we need you. You are our future, and I think there are a lot of us in this room that invest in that future. Can I embarrass you? Marseille, stand up. So when I met her 12 years ago, 13, she was Marseille McCrae, and she was a first-year medical student from Howard University, and she spent the summer doing research with me in my summer research training program. And now she's a faculty member funded by NIH first at ICON. It took 13 years. But that's an investment I'm willing to make every day. You can sit down. You're going to hear from Marseille later and more about her story. I had told her I was going to put a picture of her in my talk, and I didn't, so I had her here live, so that's even better. So we need you. We need your energy. We need your idealism. We need for you to not get cynical and jaded as you go through medical education and graduate medical training. Hold on to that passion. Yes.
Yeah, question for you. So really exemplifies all about relationships. I think all of this, whether it's in the clinical work, the research area, it's all about relationships. And they say that the shortest distance between two people is a story. And so I'm sure you shared plenty of stories with her as she began to develop. Many of us have been around emergency medicine for a long time, 30 plus years, doing NIH-funded work, clinical work, et cetera. How do you see kind of the best avenues for those that have been around, given the next two generations behind us coming up through the ranks and trying to kind of keep them bolstered in the process, because it is so difficult. There are so many difficult things. But I think that many of us have all kinds of stories that can shed light on how to navigate academic waters, relationships, as you're coming up through the ranks, those sorts of things. For those of us, how do you see that kind of best laid out?
Well, I think you've answered your own question. I think it's really important for those of us who have been around to tell our stories, to demystify some of the whatever parts of the process that we have insights on. And I think we need to do that with a great deal of intellectual generosity and a spirit of collaboration. That doesn't always exist in all research shops. Sometimes it is a little competitive. People aren't quite so willing to share things with one another. Not only am I philosophically opposed to that, I think it doesn't work. I think collaboration works. I think working and learning together produces better results than each of us holding up, you know, in our own labs or offices trying to solve the problems of the world. And so, yeah, tell those stories. Don't underestimate it. You have to make the time. You have to share the wisdom and insights without imparting any of the cynicism that sometimes also comes with age. But I just think, you know, we have to look at those coming behind us as professional progeny. We have to be willing to put our own prestige, power, whatever it is we have on the line to help them. That's what real mentorship is. Because they're our future, as I said. We're not going to be doing this forever, and we don't want the work to end when we retire. And so whether it's a long-term investment in a promising young medical student, or, where's Felipe? A conversation he just reminded me about that I don't even remember. Then he's thanking me for the feedback I gave him and telling me his K got funded after he used some advice that I gave him. Not at all, not at all. You're very memorable, Felipe. But you often don't even know the impact you're having. But you do have to share. You have to talk to people. You have to make the time. You have to take the time. You have to not be too busy. Any medical student at Sinai can get 30 minutes on my calendar. All they have to do is email units, which anybody who knows me knows that's how anybody gets 30 minutes on my calendar, is to email my admin. And then we go from there. Some of them never come back, but everybody has the opportunity to try to connect, and I will help them if I can. And don't lose hope. Are we timed? Thanks, bye.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson, for your sharing your experience, your wisdom, and inspiring us to pursue the work we're here to pursue today. So just a fantastic presentation. So we're going to take a break, 10 minutes. What time is it now? Is it 5? So, okay, 10 minutes after, so 9:10 we will reconvene. Melissa has resent to everybody via email the list of strategies for each of the categories, as well as the QR codes for the voting. So if you, I encourage you to network with each other in the 10 minutes, but you have those available when we do our breakouts. And again, we will reconvene in 10 minutes with our first session focused on undergraduate and medical school research training.
Everyone, let's come back together, please. Did I not project? We're ready to restart. So, in recognizing that we're our first group is our undergraduate and medical students, we wanted to take this moment and have our MSA students who are volunteering their time and talents with us this morning to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Aria Hutchinson. I am an M2 at Wayne State University in Detroit.
Hi, my name is Ian Andrews. I'm a rising third year at Theordore Corbin, Middletown.
Good morning, my name is Kristen Steed. I am a third-year medical student in Miami with American University.
Hi, I'm Kira Maludi. I'm a fourth-year medical student at Virginia Commonwealth University.
Hi, I'm Peyton Wolbert. I am a rising third year at Central Michigan University, and I'm 1 week status post step 1.
My name is Chris Zecca. I'm a fourth-year student at Emory in Atlanta.
My name is Jessica Freeman. I am a rising third year at Midwestern here in Phoenix. Good morning. My name is Mia Ferguson. I'm a fourth-year medical student at Dell Medical School in Austin, Texas.
Thank you all for being here with us today. This day would not be possible without you all. You're our future of emergency medicine, and we're so excited that you've chosen the best specialty ever. Thank you all. So we're going to spend the next 90 minutes talking about undergraduate and medical student research training. I want to thank our subcommittee leadership, Dr. Calloway, Dr. Holden, Dr. Norman, and I'm Ava Pierce. Thank you for sharing this time with us today. I'd also like to ask our other subcommittee members to stand. They've put in numerous hours helping us to get to the consensus that we have so far today. So would everyone stand, please, that helped with this group? Thank you all. These are our disclosures. Developing a sustainable pathway of emergency medicine clinician-scientists begins with early exposure and engagement, attracting research-oriented students to the specialty of emergency medicine and providing them with early research opportunities can ignite a passion for the field. It allows students to see firsthand the impact of research on patient care and outcomes. The earlier students are exposed to emergency medicine and engaged in research activities, the earlier they obtain the knowledge and skills needed to have successful careers in EM as clinician-scientists. Our group has looked at barriers to this success, and those barriers include individual barriers, including competing interests for students' time, and students not being aware of EM connections to public health and health disparities. Departmental barriers include a lack of funding for student-engaged research relative to other departmental priorities, and a lack of EM representation in recruitment of students into MSTP programs, and lack of faculty to serve as primary mentors for MSTP students. At the institutional level, some institutions do not allow undergraduate research activities, and they do not have active EM investigative programs for these undergraduate students. We'd now like to share with you 2 examples of how early exposure can increase the investigator pathway.
So Mentoring in Medicine, which is co-founded by our very own Dr. Lynn Holden, is a continuity pathway program developed in 2007 to help increase the field of healthcare professionals from middle school to medical school. The program has worked with 80,000 students, parents, and educators through school-based programs, summer camps, and community health science fairs. The program has helped 985 students become health professionals, with 568 matriculants of graduates to medical school, and 43 of those medical students entering emergency medicine. The high school NYS EMT program, which is in partnership with Einstein College of Medicine, was featured on GMA3 in February with correspondent Dr. Darren Sutton, who is an EM physician and ABC health correspondent. So we have
of tomorrow, ABC medical correspondent Dr. Darren Sutton spends time with teens who are learning to become the first line of defense in medical emergencies.
These teens are training to become emergency medical technicians.
Not bad, very good.
Through a free program called Mentoring in Medicine. It's a partnership with the Albert Einstein College of Medicine in the Bronx, New York, designed to encourage low-income and at-risk high school kids to pursue medical careers.
On this side, most important part in the ambulance usually is O2 administration.
And a large number of those in the program are young people of color.
We saw a lot of health differences in certain communities, and so one way to actually help that is to groom the next generation of health professionals.
Mentoring in Medicine got started kind of like a nerd fest. To go back to my own past and find kids just like myself who are interested in science. Brilliance is everywhere, but opportunity isn't.
Mentoring in Medicine provides opportunities by also hosting medically themed classes in 20 schools in the New York City area. One of them is Mount St. Michael's Academy, where several of the EMT candidates are students.
Here we're talking about the anatomy and the function of the heart.
I stopped by for a visit.
What is it about the medical career that draws you to it?
Saving people, helping people, making sure everyone's safe. If my family needs me, I'm there. It's basically something to help.
What about you?
I just think it's very interesting how complex the human body is. It brings me joy to know how, what my body does to make sure I can get out of bed in the morning and do my tasks every day.
What are some of the things that stand out to you in terms of things that you've learned?
Just learning about the vitals, for example. Like earlier today, we were looking into pig hearts since they're very similar to a human heart. Mainly just the hands-on activities that we do.
The heart sits like this in everybody's chest, right?
The CPR, helping a child, the pulse, everything it's fascinating to me, honestly.
And I'm going to push at a rate of 100 to 120 compressions a minute.
I think that this program has been really a great complement to the regular things that we do with curriculum at the school. If this could be duplicated around the country, it would be fantastic.
Excellent.
In New York City, EMT candidates can apply to be certified when they are 17 and start working when they're 18. I just might see some of these young adults bringing patients into my emergency room in just a few years.
And what kind of things did you learn about being an EMT that you might not have known before?
Before, I thought it was just wear a fancy outfit, you see someone bleeding on the floor, put them in the ambulance and go to the hospital. But now I've learned that there's many procedures to it, you have to learn different equipment to use. It's more than just what you see on TV.
One of the things I saw was that Mentoring in Medicine makes sure their instructors are as diverse as the students. In fact, having more medical professionals of color benefits patients of color too. According to a recent study, having more Black physicians, especially primary care physicians, is associated with improved survival-related outcomes for Black individuals.
I always want to help somebody. People in my family are starting to get older, issues starting to happen, so I want to know what they're going through and see how they're feeling.
If this school and this experience didn't exist, those dreams and aspirations that you both just shared, do you think that they would exist?
Nope. No, not at all.
When we talk about the future and the shortage of physicians, why are programs like this so important?
Let me say, I am the product of 6 pathway programs.
Wow.
I would not be where I am. I did not have any physicians in my family, and it was through these pathway programs that I really developed, my experiential learning, but also my networking. We pick up a lot of students who, I didn't know I could suture, or I didn't know I like this. And so really being able to turn them around to see the possibilities, meeting physicians that look like them has been very powerful.
Oh, a phenomenal story. And Dr.
These early experiential pathway programs provide opportunities for students to explore the field of emergency medicine. This program, as I mentioned, led by Dr. Holden in EM faculty, enhances the pool of potential students who may pursue careers in emergency medicine and possibly increase their interest in the investigator pathway. So one of our other people that we would like to highlight is Dr. Jimenez, who will come up and share her journey.
Thank you, Dr. Norman. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me today. My name is Guadalupe Jimenez. I am a PGY3 at New York Presbyterian, Columbia, and Cornell Emergency Medicine Program, and I want to share my story with you today. So I was born and raised in New York. I am a veteran of the United States Navy, and I'm a first-generation Mexican-American, and I was a child of undocumented immigrants. Growing up, there were a lot of challenges associated with that status, and my education often took a backseat to my social circumstances. Additionally, coming up through a crowded inner city public school was a struggle in and of itself. Fortunately, research and the pipeline programs associated with them helped me overcome those barriers and has led me to a career in emergency medicine. In the military, I was a hospital corpsman, which is a medic in the Navy. At the end of my first enlistment, and after 2 deployments to Iraq, I knew I'd return to school to become a healthcare professional, but I didn't know where my path would take me. I started off at community college, and there I had the opportunity that would sincerely change the trajectory of my life. I was introduced to an NIH-funded summer research program called BioPrep, which mentors undergraduate community college students who wish to further their education and pursue careers in biomedical sciences. That summer, I fell in love with research, and I worked alongside students with similar backgrounds who faced similar challenges. The program provided structure and education, while my peers allowed me to see that I could strive for more than what my challenges had previously limited me to. At the completion of the program, I continued doing research with my PIs until the end of undergrad. I transferred from community college into a 4-year college and completed my undergraduate degree. But at that time, I felt that my career in the military wasn't done, so I returned because I wanted to deploy to Afghanistan. So I enlisted into the Navy Reserves, and I deployed. When I returned, I met a Navy physician who worked at a New York City hospital. I worked with his team, and I assisted him with his clinical research. And I was doing that while I was still discerning my career path in healthcare. There, serving the community in the Bronx in New York City was very impactful, and I finally decided at that time that I would become a doctor. At that time, I looked for post-bac programs and master's programs that would prepare me in achieving that goal. I enrolled in the Masters of Science in Medical Science program at Indiana University School of Medicine. This program incorporated both medical school preparation and a research path. Here, I found my PI and my mentor during my master's program and throughout medical school, who was, you guys might know him, Dr. Paul Musset. I really enjoyed working with him and working in the emergency department. I came to realize the impact of research, the impact that research could have on patients and the community. And additionally, I developed a true admiration for emergency medicine physicians. At that time, I reflected on the emergency medicine physicians, and I thought, wow, they're so cool, and and they're so smart. And I really admired them, and it was a really nice revelation. Given my time in the military, I already had an idea that I would go into emergency medicine, but this experience essentially solidified it. As I continue my journey now as a resident and looking prospectively to deciding my next steps, I'm strongly considering a career in academic medicine as a result of these experiences. I look at how my journey in my life started as a child of undocumented immigrants, and I see myself standing here as an emergency medicine physician in front of the brightest in the field. And I can honestly say that I wouldn't be here if I hadn't been introduced to research early on. URM are also specifically underrepresented in academic medicine, and that holds true in the field of emergency medicine research. Today, I believe we are going to move the needle forward in the right direction by our discussions and the outcomes that come from our work today. In doing this, we will create a more diverse teams and intellectually capitalize on their innovative ideas and their distinct perspectives. Thank you all for listening and for being here, and I hope you all have a fruitful experience today. Thank you.
Dr. Jimenez, thank you for sharing your story and letting us know just how important the mentorship of people in the room like this has been for you. So we want to next look at the priorities that our group has come up with. We did a literature search and looked at those existing programs. We had some consensus within the group on some potential new programs. And we've come up with these recommended programs and strategies, some at the departmental medical school level and some at the national level. So we will look at these priorities and then break into breakout tables. So table 1 will look at creating academic associate programs. Table 2 will look at engaging with local NIH medical school science training programs. Table 3 will look at NIH predoctoral research training grants. Table 4 will look at submitting diversity supplements. Table 5, creating and funding programs to support a dedicated year of EM research training for medical students. Table 6, research exposure in required or elective medical school EM curriculum and rotations. Table 7, funding for students who have abstracts accepted into national meetings to travel to those conferences. Table 8, mentors for National Medical Fellowship service learning programs. Table 9, participating in the Leon Haley Bridges to EM Academy to expose trainees to EM research. Table 10, creating an EM medical student training program parallel to the medical student training and aging research program. So we will have subcommittee members who will go to each of the tables to discuss these strategies with you. As we look at this list, though, we want the group in the room to think about, is there anything that's not on this list that's important that we need to add to this list? So we'll take a few minutes as you look at this list to think, are there any additions right now that you would say, we need to have another table to discuss something in addition to the first 10? So I'll go back. These are our initial 10 recommendations. We have 2 recommendations here in the back of the room. If someone can help us get a microphone back here. And thank you for volunteering and maybe adding a recommendation and then supporting that table.
Okay, now I'm beginning to regret raising my hand. I think something that I've been thinking a lot about over the past couple of years is branding. And that to me is a strategy. And I say that maybe I should ground my point in the context of, say, oncology, which I think does a remarkable job of attracting physician scientists right out of the gate. So many people go into oncology not just to be an oncologist, a clinical oncologist, but because they're attracted with the science, the concept of the science, of the specialty. And I think we really need to involve that strategy of branding of our specialty, that we are not just a specialty that provides great, sexy, emergent care, if you will, the ambulance, the trauma patient, the critically ill patient, but we really rebrand our specialty as a specialty of physician scientists. And I think SAEM is trying to do that, and I think I want to just, acknowledge the efforts that are ongoing. But take, for example, me. It took me to write an R01 to know who Manish Shah is, right? And I think that's a little problematic. I think as I've grown deeper into research, I've uncovered these stars of our specialty that I think should have been more apparent to me that they were physician scientists. It only becomes apparent when often people reach a level of chairmanship. So I do want to, and I think some of that comes with the storytelling, telling the story of these stars and the impact of their work, and reflecting that back to medical students or even undergraduates to say, you too can make that impact. And I think the time is so now, because I think the generations in front of us are equity focused, are thinking about inequities in health. And I think we are doing a good job of driving people into emergency medicine because of these social EM constructs. And so I'd just encourage us to think about really elevating and projecting out these physician scientists, particularly those focused on health equity research, as exemplars of what the future generation can become. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So table 11 will be branding in emergency medicine.
Ava, thank you for this. So I think this may be able to be sort of lumped in with one or more of your existing strategies, but particularly since we just saw the video about mentoring in medicine, and I've known Lynn Holden since she was an emergency medicine resident. She's a friend and colleague, and she has incredible programs through her organization. And so partnering with existing community-based organizations and supporting them, I just want to say, if you all like what you saw in the video, you should all go to the website Mentoring in Medicine and make a donation today, because they do incredible work. And they probably are responsible for more underrepresented minority physicians than any medical school in New York City. Students who have gone through their programs, including MCAT tutoring, and gotten students, not students who were academic stars, but diverse students from modest backgrounds who worked hard and gotten them into medical school and through it. And so she just does amazing work. So we should find those programs in our communities and work with them and support them rather than just, you know, sort of reinventing the wheel inside of academia. So I don't want to host a separate table on that. I just want you all to think about how to work with existing community organizations as you implement some of these strategies. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. So when we look at the participation in the Leon Haley Bridges to EM Academy, maybe we can broaden that into other community programs that are already existing. We're coming your way. Hold on.
Sorry, I'm in like the most inconvenient location to bring a microphone. So the only other thing that I would suggest is creating some sort of pathway that is available to students who are interested in EM research but do not come from an institution that has an associated EM program. Like especially as step one has turned to pass-fail, I have been inundated with requests from students both within my institution and outside of my institution for research opportunities to a level that I cannot sustainably farm out work to. It would be better if there was some sort of centrally located place that they could go to submit their interest, like something through SAEM, like just on SAEM's website. I am a med student interested specifically in EM research. Please help me find either a program or a person where I can pursue this, because the interest is significant, but you just have to have the correct place to get hooked in with someone who has the bandwidth to help you. So I think having something central for those students who do not come from an institution that has research opportunities available to them would be helpful for those who are highly interested right now, so we can kind of scoop them up early and get them on that pathway.
Okay, thank you. So a central mentorship matching program that would be created at the national level. Any other additions?
You showed are all involving EMS training, and there's a collegiate network of EMS organizations on campuses around the country. So I'm just wondering, where would that fit in your thing? Because I'm like the faculty advisor for our collegiate EMS system, and I've already had several members of that organization rotate through my lab. So is there, I don't know where exactly would that fit in your table?
We will find a place for you. And we could maybe put that into the section where we have the Leon Haley Bridges to Academy and other national programs.
I'm not sure if this is a specific strategy, but on the national level, on the same thread of my colleague in the corner, we have RAMS, we have EMRA, we have RSA, we have these groups that offer a good affinity for our medical students and our residents who are in a very different career place than our mid-career faculty or senior faculty who might be able to offer mentorship to these folks, which is great. That mentorship is really valuable, but it's also important to have that affinity to be able to say the struggles of being in medical school currently and doing research. And how can we leverage our organizations to kind of create that affinity group as well, whether they're projects that are completely separate, because a lot of you might work in groups that you work on separate projects but work together, et cetera, that could benefit at the medical student level and resident level.
So maybe in this national bullet where we're looking at funding for the students to present at abstracts, we could expand that to add some affinity groups, some mentorship in that area. Any other additions?
I guess also like what's missing here a little bit, and maybe you can utilize some of the student groups, is actually their voices in terms of the actual barriers to them taking on these careers. And so we're all guessing, well, we know funding's always an issue, but we're guessing what things they need. Maybe they need mentorship, maybe they need sponsorship, but also if there's a way to center their voices and actually look at their barriers to these careers without us just sort of supposing what their problems are. So needs assessment of sorts, maybe.
Some type of needs assessment and making sure that we're getting the voices of the students in this area would be at the national level. I think we could probably add that to that funding section that we just added to. Any other additions before we move into our breakout groups? Okay. I think we can probably add that to participation in the Leon Haley Bridges of Academy that we've added to other national areas. Oh. She's saying. Okay. So we could leave it there. Okay. I think we will move to our breakout groups. We're going to ask you in these groups to be thinking about modifications to these recommendations, feasibility, potential impact, identifying who's responsible for implementation, implementation timelines, and identifying the metrics of success. Thank you.
Sorry. All right, it is now time to hear from each of the tables what the sum up from the discussion has been. So I hear you quickly summing up and thinking who's going to do that. Ideally, the individuals from our group should do that. Okay. Dr. Boatright says we'll have 3 minutes per table, and he's the timekeeper. In the interest of setting a good precedent, I'll try to start because I was at table number 3, so I'm going to go out of order, and we'll try to get the slide up with our group order. The discussion at table 3 was about federally sponsored programs and whether we would have opportunities to use those for the medical student and pre-doctoral trainees. We had a lot of discussion about how this was useful and it would help with branding of the specialty and making EM appear like an academic destination. There was notes about that the impact was probably great, but it's not quantified very well. We thought that there should be some efforts for increasing global metrics of success to see how many people have participated in these programs and whether they're still investigating or whether they have gone on to be mentors for other people after the experience. And it also acknowledged that there was some bleed of people you might train who go into other specialties. There was some discussion about pairing with foundation grants because there are a number of barriers to having people in departments get federal funding. Particularly, you need to be fairly senior investigator to apply for a T32. It requires a lot of infrastructure, and there may be institutions where that infrastructure doesn't exist within emergency medicine. Although several people pointed out that partnering with other departments and broadly across the university, you know, you can have, the example was made of EM with bioengineering or EM with hospitalist medicine as examples where you can put the application in. NIH doesn't care about our specialty, they care about science. So, you know, the application will be about science, not about our specialty. And last point was making a network, so that there was a charge for somebody, maybe SAEM, maybe something even lower tech like LinkedIn to create a community of all the people who are in these programs so that they can continue to interact as alumni of these programs going forward. All right, I hope I stayed under 3 minutes. So, next table.
Okay, our topic was the creation of academic associate programs, and some of the things that we discussed initially was like, well, what are the current metrics of these programs? Because the reference that was in our table was from 1997 with Judd Hollander's program, and so are there any, what's currently known about existing programs? And do they have metrics of success, and what would be some effective strategies in the development of these programs? So then that kind of led into a discussion of what are some of the opportunities and barriers. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for these programs. You've got a lot of students that are looking for research opportunities and getting involved. We even talked about postgraduates can be very motivated and can be hired off of grant money and create a stable workforce. There's also opportunities maybe, well, let me go to a couple of the barriers. I think some of the barriers are that there's high turnover of these undergraduates. You know, they come in very excited and then they stay for a few months and leave, or they're not around for enough working hours to really be effective. And so some programs have turned to hiring more like postgraduates. There are also concerns about lack of funding for hiring these clinical associates, and then having enough investigators to pair with these interested undergrads. But I guess some of the discussions were like, could departments with current NIH SAEM grants, you know, many of them may have academic associate programs, and could they be sort of like a model for creating infrastructure for these type of programs? And the other thing that we discussed was pairing research faculty with some of the collegiate EMS programs. There's, you know, the national collegiate EMS programs, and if you could formally have research faculty reaching out to these programs and offering to recruit students, that might be an opportunity. So.
Our topic was MSTP programs, which are MD, PhD programs with NIH funding, and how it's one approach to training physician scientists. In one study, it was found that 81% of MSTP alumni are in academia, while 61% were funded. So increasing EM MSTPs would increase NIH funding, which would bring money to EDs, which is important. And we talked about some systemic barriers for bringing MSTP students into emergency medicine, and specifically exposure to EM and EM research. And we talked about the importance of mid-level faculty with funding engaging with institutional programs that are already existing, and educating MSTP students that clinical research is a viable career path rather than just bench research, and how we can also leverage the clinical research requirement in many MSTP programs to expose those MSTP students to EM research. And then we also talked about the improvement of branding and of PhD successes in EM research, as those aren't very well branded right now. And then we talked about the importance of the longitudinal engagement with MSTP students through residency, and building a pathway that also has a supportive climate for the next generation of researchers.
All right, we were the bottom bullet about the Emergency Medicine Medical Student Research Training Program, or the MSTAR program. The MSTAR program was started it's a pretty solid program for medical students, obviously interested in aging research, been going on for about 30 years. Currently, there's about 7 institutions across the country that have an MSTAR program that medical students, not just at that institution, but across other institutions that don't have the aging research program, they can apply to and go. They're provided a stipend. And the program itself, institutions are funded by the NIA through a T35 mechanism. And each year, each institution is, on NIH Reporter, gets about $80,000 to $120,000 for their MSTAR program. And the goal of the MSTAR program, which could potentially be parallel sort of translated to emergency medicine, is to encourage medical students to consider a career in academic geriatrics by awarding short-term scholarships. And the way that it works is it's an 8 to 12-week structured research, clinical, and didactic program in geriatrics, and it's usually done after first year of medical school. Some programs that have it right now are Hopkins, UCLA, and Sinai with an established geriatrics sort of focus. One thing that they have right now that, again, we could consider adapting if we chose to pursue this would be they have a central repository for the applicant. So they apply to this a program called AFAR, the American Federation for Aging Research. That acts as a central repository. Then the applicants can sort of prioritize what site they want to go to and then check out the resources on each individual site on their website. The benefits, they have lectures, they have clinical and research experience, and also connect with research mentors through networking at the institution. And right now, every year, there's about 100 MSTARs annually. Our tables come up with, we gotta have some branding like we talked about. So we have the MSTEM, emergency medicine, or the MSTAC, the medical student training in acute care research. One possibility there is we could then combine with hospitalists, with surgeons, with critical care, and sort of broaden the experience out a little bit more. And then the way it would potentially work would be institutions maybe that have specific strengths, i.e. sepsis, cardiac care, health services research could apply to an institute or center of their choosing, and then have SAEM maybe be like a central repository for the applications.
Okay, so our table was focused on the Dr. Leon Haley Jr. program, the Bridge to the Future of Emergency Medicine Academy. And we were kind of just going over the program and the curriculum that the program provides. And we added other programs to the discussion because we wanted to see if it would be more feasible to either support programs that are already established or create new programs. And if the programs followed the kind of same criteria or curriculum as the Dr. Leon Haley Jr. program, that maybe that might be more feasible for us to be able to support them and you know, provide other schools guidance who wanted to create their own programs outside of their program. We thought that in terms of programs, if we were looking to support other programs, some of the criteria we would want to look for would be longer time frames so that the students would be able to do the research that they needed to do, because with the Leon Haley program, it's a 2-week program, but we agreed that research would take longer, and to make sure that these students actually complete the research, we would probably need a longer time frame. Providing a research mentor to each student to help them complete the research work if we couldn't create, like, to go past the program. We would also focus on programs geared towards either rising second-year students because of that gap between first and second year, or maybe have a 5th-year research opportunity added to the current medical school curriculum so that the program would be able to have the time that it needed for them to complete it. And also, we talked about a database that students could be made aware of opportunities available to them in their region, and maybe that could be hosted on SAEM's website. Another thing that we said that SAEM could host is probably if other programs wanted to follow the curriculum and the template that some of these programs were doing, that we would provide some type of resource template or web page that they can go to and say, this is how you would start a research program for your home institution. We also agreed the program should have some type of ER shadowing component to make sure that the interest stays in the EM specialty, because, you know, there's plenty of research opportunities, but we want it to be EM research, EM interest. In terms of feasibility and impact, we said that the impact would be increasing people interested in EM research, and the metrics that we would focus on is the increase in percentage of people going into residency, being published, doing presentations, abstracts at conferences, and increase in percentage in fellowship. And the feasibility, we said there would be an increase in opportunities for research in different regions. The programs would be free, and the feasibility of a program that's already established versus starting one would be less feasible, and supporting the ones that are already established would be more feasible. and I think I spoke enough.
So we're table 8, and we discussed the National Medical Fellowship Service Learning Program. The NMF provides scholarships for medical students and healthcare professionals from groups underrepresented in medicine. The service learning programs specifically provide special opportunities for students to work hands-on to enhance healthcare delivery in chronically underserved communities. Currently, NMF offers 6 service learning programs which students can participate in. It's a long-standing, so the benefits of the program that we found was that it was a long-standing program and has existing partnerships with organizations like AMA, NMA, and other national organizations. Barriers included students had to find a mentor. We actually had a faculty member who was a previous participant in the program, so it was very helpful. There was lack of knowledge about the program from the student's perspective, succession planning of administrative staff. Additional barrier was how to utilize the program to springboard students into the next stage of development towards like residency and interest in research and residency. We did discuss maybe possible collaboration with SAEM, ACEP, EMF, and NMF to create a specific program designed for emergency medicine research. We as an organization would need to provide EM-specific mentors for students to work with, but we felt that the service learning programs would align with current social EM efforts.
Okay, so we are at table 4. We discussed the usage of diversity supplement awards and toolkit development. Just for a little bit of background, with this diversity supplement, principal investigators can apply for those diversity supplements, allowing him or her to bring a mentee who is underrepresented in medicine from high school all the way to junior faculty member and beyond. Awardees receive like salary support, and the institution also receives additional funding. So we discussed a lot about what this looks like, and we discussed a lot of barriers, and then ways that we could apply, ways we could implement this. So initially we spoke about clarifying who is eligible, because I think there's a lot of misconception about who could apply, but we identified that everybody from high school students and beyond could apply. So we discussed like targeting them and trying to identify individuals early on. We then proceeded to go on to discussing the demystifying the process, because there's a lot of misconceptions, and a lot of people don't know how to apply for the supplement. So potentially demystifying that process and who's also eligible. And then it's not only eligible, like as mentioned, not just for physician scientists, as I think that's it's currently believed. One way that we could also spread the knowledge of this is maybe creating a fact sheet and then sending it out to all those that already have students enrolled in research. And then through the listserv, maybe emergency medicine and PEM, but not only just emergency medicine, but also other people outside of emergency medicine that have students identified. For example, PEM, that might have medical students on board. Let's see. We also identified that while this supplement gives money, unfortunately, with underrepresented students, it's not necessarily enough money. We stated that these students actually would make more money if they were to go work at McDonald's, and and then so if somebody's gonna like take the time to apply for this process and try to sacrifice their time, it wouldn't necessarily it wouldn't eliminate a barrier that they often have, which is like providing for family, providing for themselves. So it's not necessarily enough money. So, and then in addition to that, like, this would be an individual process. It's not like it's not it would be an individual process and not within a group. So like, let's say R25s, you do summer research programs, and so with a whole bunch of like-minded individuals trying to go forward and develop their skills in research, and like looking at other students also doing the same thing. But unfortunately with diversity supplements, it's very individualized, and so you don't have the support system as you would with summer research programs. But nonetheless, it's important because we discussed identifying students that already have self-identified, and then that would make it an easier transition to applying to the process and going forward. So I think the goal, one thing that we did identify, like as mentioned, is identifying those that already have self-identified and then applying with those students, and then they, making sure that they continue on this process. I think that is all that I would like to say. Thank you.
Hello, we are Group 5. We discussed the research year in medical school. The bulk of our conversation began with determining when the appropriate time to do a dedicated research year during medical school would be. The most standard approach seems to be between the M3 and M4 years, though we did discuss some alternative approaches that could potentially include a boot camp style up front with a longitudinal component or focus component in the later years of medical school. We also discussed newer medical school curriculums that are narrowing down to 3 years and potentially adding the research year after that third year into the traditional fourth year. One counterpoint that did come up in our discussion was identifying medical students who may benefit from doing emergency medicine residency first and then doing a research fellowship after that. The biggest impact that we think the research year during medical school could have is that it fundamentally pulls from a different population, and that we would be pulling from medical students interested in research and pulling them into emergency medicine, as opposed to waiting for students to self-select into emergency medicine and then try to convince them that they're interested in research. So we think this may be a good way to increase that pipeline by pulling from research-interested students first. In terms of funding, we discussed both departmental, institutional, and external options. From the departmental level, we discussed either funding positions for medical students for that year versus doing some sort of matching funds. There are a number of examples of institutions having funding for that 1 year dedicated to research. We also discussed opportunities for external funding, including some funds that already exist through SAEM. One of the limitations that was brought up was the concept of mentorship, particularly if you're pulling now from the I'm interested in research pool. How do you ensure that you have EM faculty that are doing things that the students are interested in and want to pull them in? We think that's an area of expansion that SAEM could definitely be a huge help in expanding that network of mentors. Even if it's not a primary mentorship, if we could have co-mentorship with someone in the student's area of expertise, that would be beneficial. The initial proposed metrics that we had prior to our discussion were the number of medical students completing a dedicated research year who go into emergency medicine, and then identifying the subpopulation that goes into emergency medicine research. As part of our discussion, I think a very important point that came up was, what do we do with the medical students who we put all this time and energy into, who go into a different specialty but become excellent collaborators? One of the examples given was potentially a student who does cardiac research through emergency medicine, becomes a cardiologist, and becomes a great NIH-funded collaborator for another emergency medicine physician. And I think that's one area that we'd like to add to the consensus agenda as well.
Hi, my name is Tushank. Oh, sorry. I'm from Baruch College. I'm a medical student. We talked about research exposure for EM rotations and kind of the rate limiting steps on both the PI side and the medical student side. So from the PI standpoint, there was this discussion of sometimes when you're getting a fresh student that doesn't have too much research background, it can be hard to kind of cover that ground in a timely fashion, both for their sake in terms of the medical school curriculum and getting research out in a timely fashion. And again, kind of echoing that last group, we talked about how SAEM could be utilized as a kind of central entity to see which programs have the bandwidth to allow us to, both from the PI side and the student side, to come together and kind of make that a more seamless process in terms of the timeline for research and just allowing opportunities for medical students that might not be as familiar with how they can explore research opportunities in emergency medicine. And then just in terms of the student population that is, semi-interested in research but not totally all in quite yet, what avenues we could explore from that standpoint. And we talked about like the idea like gateway drugs of research being like case reports, retrospective studies, things that kind of utilize things that could be utilized potentially in the virtual format, which has proven to be effective in the last couple of years especially, right? So in terms of funding on the medical student side, if we can explore more virtual entities, it could provide avenues for more research for those students that aren't as sure if they can, commit themselves to a long-term research project and maybe aren't even sure about emergency medicine for this chosen specialty. And we tried to, like, kind of, again, going off that last group, you guys talked about how M3 and M4 could be an ideal time for recruiting students. We thought maybe between M1 and M2, ideally, the longest period of free time could be a time where we can kind of help bring some students up to speed that might not have a strong research background. And then if we can kind of scoop them in that time, utilizing the latter years of med school to look at more, longitudinal studies.
Hey, I'm Josh Davis. I'm representing our table number 7. We self-identified as the coolest table here today. We're talking about students getting abstracts accepted to national conferences and engagement in national conferences. So the first thing we identified was that these programs actually already exist in a lot of the institutions that we all recognize, and they've been around since apparently before I was born is what some of these people are telling me. So. But so they're definitely feasible, but what we need is some exposure. So both we need students to be exposed to them and then them to be publicized kind of appropriately. And then also we need to utilize the systems to expose students to emergency medicine, academic emergency medicine, and research when they are involved in the programs. The best way we kind of identified to do this was to have a structured kind of program that can be done, because we have a lot of medical schools popping up nowadays that aren't as grounded in the history of medicine, which is a good thing, but we also need to have them have exposure. So we were thinking about a possibility of having prior to a conference, having a system set up that you could do, whether it's the 8-week summer program, whether it's between the 3rd and 4th year, between the 1st and the 2nd year, preset kind of program, similar to maybe RLS, where we have some lectures set up for these students with big name people that include things like, the basics of research and statistics, but also how to present at conferences, how to write papers and things like that. And then, if we have, for example, 6 of those lectures and they attend 5 of them, then they can apply to get their, conference attendance kind of funded. Both travel and to the conference. So for SAEM, I don't think it would be a big ask to give a medical student a free registration to the conference, but really it's the travel and associated costs that go along with that. And we found a couple different mechanisms to do that could be done either at the med school level, which the med school should ideally be interested in supporting medical students presenting research, as well as industry and or philanthropy, maybe using SAEM as the mechanism to utilize, to collect those funds and then identify people who have kind of met whatever criteria we identify, whether that's, attending a certain number of lectures, having your kind of abstract vetted in some way to make sure it's kind of scientifically accurate. And then the next thing that we kind of need as far as kind of advancing this further is kind of champion at each kind of site and building a culture where, see, I even got disco lights with this. Wow. Really the coolest group. None of you other groups got disco lights. So we talked about having a champion and a culture at each kind of institution, and the way to do that is to have these structures set up so that it's kind of a way that people can invest early and identify these students and build the structures and the programs at their institutions. And if SAEM can help support that by, like I said, for example, having a program that is kind of pre-box set that can be implemented and then modified for each institution. And then the biggest thing that we need to do that I think a lot of these groups need to do as well is make sure that we're tracking the metrics with these groups. And so some of the things that we identified, that are easy metrics to track are what number of students submitted, how many were accepted, how many actually attended, and how many SAEM kind of funds or supports. But then we also, in bigger picture, we wanted to look at, how many people who attend and present at SAEM as a medical student end up like getting into academic emergency medicine, and how many present here, 10 years down the road and stuff. Like I presented here when I was a medical student. I think a couple other people in the group here have done that. And it's easy to look back and say how many people did that, but like how many, that's the leaky pipeline kind of metaphor, how many people are we losing along the way? And then another thing was to look at like national kind of EM interest. So a lot of schools have, tracks and things like that. So if we start with a program for between first and second year, like how do we track that over the long term to see, like, 10 years down the road, do we have people, are these programs kind of successful? And I think that's one of the biggest barriers we have is that we have a lot of these programs that exist, but they're kind of siloed away, and we don't understand like what the impact of them is as well. And then one of the other barriers we kind of mentioned is there's probably different levels and needs for different students between like first, second, third, and fourth year as far as medical students, and kind of building these tracks in different areas. So whether it's between third and fourth year, or some of the schools have that kind of 8-week period between kind of first and second year, and where we kind of identify those as possibilities to do so. You can turn the disco lights off now. I'm done.
So we are the last and newest strategy, branding and dissemination, and I guess the disco lights have actually turned off for the coolest group here. So grateful to be in the room of investigators doing important visionary work. What we discussed was without branding and dissemination, this kind of important work falls short. So in EM, digital educators, clinicians, and advocates are what sell to sort of the greater EM community. And emergency medicine physician scientists need to show sort of their diversity of work, their wellness as it fits into their work-life balance, and passion for making a difference in their communities. I have a saved stack of Topps 1987 baseball cards still in their original packaging, and these baseball cards have faces of baseball. Most of these cards, if I open them today, would probably not be worth all that much, but there may be sort of that rare Ricky Henderson or Roger Clemens that has the MVP insignia on it. So how do we create baseball-like cards for our investigators to show that they are the MVPs of our specialty? We need to do this by creating investigator cards with relevant and important stats. So this will bring investigators into the fit of this bigger EM community, which is the advocacy, the education, and all of these other pictures that we've talked about that really kind of link everyone together. So this team here, at least at this table, without the disco lights, believes that the type of branding and dissemination comes through partnering with those in the specialty doing work within social media, including podcasts, blogs. We've even seen stuff on Instagram and so forth. Also, we talked about having potentially partnering with the SAEM Foundation to help develop a branding strategy for our SAEM investigators. We also need to seek the support of our chairs. So that's anyone in this room, Nate, looking at you. We need to get out there and kind of make sure our chairs are all investing into our investigators. And then we need to show our vision. We need to get out there and make sure we're showing the unmet need that we're actually meeting, not only for our patients, but for our specialty. Bringing it kind of back full circle to the death march, without the evidence of the field, investigators, unfortunately, in the field will die. So in other words, saying we need to promote and show that we are moving the science forward so that we can get our MVPs elevated and actually make a difference for our specialty. Thank you.
So there's a QR code on your table for this session that has sort of a SurveyMonkey voting strategy. It's the one at the top of the table. So you can get the QR code. Make sure you do the one that's for the undergraduate
Here it
medical
is.
student one. And you can do it there. And basically, it's a SurveyMonkey. You can slide the priorities up and down for your top priorities, or you can put in a number for the one that, and put them in numerical order just by entering the number. And while everyone's sort of getting that up and doing that, we're going to keep these ballots open for the whole day. So even if you don't get it finished right now, and you want to sort of do your, I encourage you to do your voting now while we do the discussion. And then, but at the end of the day, we're going to bring back the results. So you're not going to see the results now, but we're going to bring them back in the afternoon session when we show the results from each of the 3 sessions. Does that make sense?
That's right.
So what we have set aside some time now to have further discussion of the things that, of the different strategies that were brought forward based on the table report outs. Does anyone have anything additional to add to the different strategies that were, the pros and cons of the different strategies that were brought forward to help influence the vote, right? So if you want to advocate or maybe not advocate for a specific strategy, this is your chance.
See, now you're tempting me, Bob, because I do really think this MSTAR-like program is something we should do. But what I was noticing was sort of the connections and the interrelatedness of many of the separate strategies. And I don't know how we're going to capture that in the voting. For example, as I mentioned, run a summer research training program, and students come in between first and second years. I've had a number of them then do a research elective with me during their 4th year to complete the project that they started with me when they were first-year medical students, and now we're writing papers and so on. A diversity supplement is a great way to fund a medical student to do a scholarly year of research with you, for example. So I don't know what to do with that. You know, we sort of slice them separately, but I think as we really put together what's a program that we really want to pursue, we might want to pull some of these ideas together.
Yeah, it's a great comment. And then somebody's hand in the middle, just to riff on.
I'll hand this over in a second.
Go ahead.
I'm a graduate at Washington University. And the comments, I don't have a comment related to substance just now, but I think while we're in this room for the next few hours as we speak, could we all pause and say, I am so-and-so from this institution, and I do acute stroke clinical trials? Because I think part of what we're here to do is fellowship. And in all of our sort of exchanges so far, I don't know who anybody is or what anybody does. That's not true. I know many people, but I think there are lots of students in the room. Not everybody knows everybody. There are residents in the room. Please introduce yourself, stand up if you can, and let us know who you are.
I wasn't trying to say all that, but I guess my name's Ashley. I'm in Cook County, and I won't go into my research or anything. I just wanted to re-advocate for NMF because there's a lot of stuff on here that overlaps. I was the person in the group that got the National Medical Fellowships scholarly sort of activity and award back when I was a medical student. And I'll say for NMF, it is long-standing, started in the 40s, well-funded, and is already engaged in health equity work. All they really need is to partner with local organizations. And if we can come in from the SAEM standpoint, we can sort of make that goal specific to EM. And so if we can provide mentorship, even if it's just us saying like, these are our EM faculty who are willing to mentor through a project, because my biggest issue as a student was I didn't know anyone in EM doing sort of health equity or racism-centered work, and so I was just kind of floundering. So this would be an easy way for us to partner with a long-standing institution. You don't have to create anything new, and we just provide the expertise and mentorship to minorities and other individuals from marginalized backgrounds to do the work. So that was my plug for NMF.
Hi, my name's Cole Lettingoff. I'm a medical student. Wanted to add to Dr. Richardson's point that there is really a commonality between a lot of these conversations. I'd be remiss if we didn't note that the SAEM Research Committee has one of their sub-objectives for next year. We're looking at what lessons can we take from this and what is the role of SAEM in pursuing some of those. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We recognize there are some other programs out there, but to your point as well, I do think there's a lot of chances for us to connect the interested parties, and hopefully that's a role we can really play here. If you've got ideas about specifically what SAEM can do, that we definitely want to hear them.
Question in the middle.
Tony Sue, Trinity Health Ann Arbor, research in cardiac arrest and public health. When we think of ranking our choices, one thing that comes to mind is sustainability and what happens when there's holes in the net that people drop through, whether it's a leaky pipeline or death march, whatever we want to call it. How do we band together and become a band of siblings to kind of guide us through the whole journey, rather than perhaps a chair retires and that research then dies on the vine, so to speak. So just think about how we rank our choices and if it can be integrated.
Okay, we're at the end of well, you can still continue to vote, so if you're being influenced. I think we're supposed to wrap up and then have a break. Have our agenda right. I'm Cliff Calloway. You've heard me before from Pittsburgh. What I heard was that this is potentially high impact. We need to think about that we're targeting early in the career a large group of people who may be undifferentiated in their career or their desire for investigation. We have to think about that we may be in these things creating EM docs, or we may be creating investigators, some of whom become EM docs, some who do not. We need to sort out whether we're addressing the needs of that group. And I heard a lot, almost every table mentioned something about de-siloing or creating a better community that people could participate in. And I think that may be the challenge for the foundations, maybe through catalogs or directory of resources or directories of investigators or communities. And then I hope maybe our writing group can make some suggestion about metrics of success that we could collect nationally going forward. So I think that's what I got out of the last little bit, and it's time for a break. We'll reconvene in, I don't know how many minutes, 10 minutes. Okay, coffee over there.
All right, everybody. Oh, wow, that gets loud fast. All right, if everyone could kind of gather to their tables and try and refocus that energy. I like Dr. Richardson's clap game. It's got that, like, if you can hear me clap once. All right. All right, great. And everyone's starting to filter in. All right, well, so I think that one of the themes of this day is that we're learning as we go in terms of logistics and how to best conduct these votes and these segments. So I'm going to try and follow the format of our predecessors, and we're going to shift the focus to now looking at a different segment of the pathway, not pipeline, the resident and fellowship space. I'm just going to do a couple quick introductions. So this work group was led by myself. I'm Caitlin Reyes. I am an assistant professor in emergency medicine at Yale. I guess to the point that was made earlier, I do research at the intersection of housing and health. I was joined in leading this group with Dr. Lynn Richardson, who we heard from earlier, and Dr. Linda Regan. I'm saying it right, okay. And then we also had just a phenomenal work group of folks who came together and put together the PDF that I'm sure everyone read before coming here, and the annotated bibliography that I'm sure was your plain read. So if you were a part of that, please stand up, all of the work group members, and take a minute. it was a lot of Zoom, so thank you. I have no disclosures, but I guess since we're putting plugs out there, I am the co-director of the Yale Emergency Scholars Program, which is a residency fellowship program. So if you are wearing blue today, feel free to come talk to me about being in this pathway. So that was a little shameless. So we are talking today about this section and these mechanisms, and I'm going to get into more of the details of the existing programs and sort of what was sort of encapsulated in what our work group explored. But first, we're going to have a case presentation from Marquita Wilder. Dr. Wilder is an assistant professor of emergency medicine at Mount Sinai and an NIH First Scholar at the Institute for Health Equity Research at Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. She's going to speak about her research career journey, and then we're going to talk about more of these mechanisms and ways we can learn from that. And I'm also going to awkwardly transition from PowerPoint slides, but let's give her a round of applause while I do that. I have yours pulled up. I did do it, I think. Yeah, I did it. All right. Oh, but I think you have to put it in
Presented?
Yeah.
All right, hi, I'm Marquita Wilder. I'm an assistant professor of emergency medicine at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. And I know we're at SAEM where all we do is really talk about evidence and literature, but I've titled my talk Anecdotal Evidence, and you'll understand why soon. I have no financial disclosures, but if you'd like to give me a reason to have a disclosure, summer camp will run me more than my mortgage this year. Okay. So I'm here representing the work group that looked at resident and fellowship training levels, but I really wanted to talk about my story and my personal experiences because I have participated in or benefited from numerous mechanisms that we're discussing today, from the medical student level all the way through to faculty, and I wanted to give you some personal insight about these mechanisms as someone who actually experienced them in real time. I wouldn't call myself a poster child, but I sort of am. And to give you some background about me, after college, I completed a master's in public health, and I worked in public health at the New York City Department of Health for 6 years before matriculating into medical school at Howard University College of Medicine. And I came to medical school with an interest in emergency medicine. I wanted to choose a specialty that I thought could let me exude my love for public health and where I thought I could be impactful. So I had already entered the pathway in that way because I thought I wanted to do emergency medicine. And after my first year of medical school, I wanted to expose myself to academic emergency medicine. And I would apply for a summer research program at Mount Sinai where I would meet Dr. Richardson. Oops, sorry, I'm going back. And she threatened that she was going to put a picture of me in her slides, so I got her back by putting a picture of her in my slides. So now, you know, but then she didn't pull through, so now I look like the villain. But anyway. So just to reiterate, this was an integral part of the pathway for me because for me, this is the first time I am seeing clinician investigators, right? So I'm joining this summer program at this well-run research institution, and I'm meeting physician investigators, you know, I'm meeting clinician investigators that are working on their specific research niche, and then I'm shadowing them in the emergency department where they're taking care of patients. And this is the first time I'm seeing a distinct pathway I would not have otherwise understood existed, nor knew that I could do, right? And so I left that experience after meeting Dr. Richardson saying, you know what, whatever she does, I'm gonna do that. Little did I know how ambitious that statement was. Now I know. Do I regret it? No, but it was a very ambitious statement. But like Michelle Obama always says, you can't be what you can't see, right? I would keep in touch with Dr. Richardson, and I've returned to Mount Sinai as a resident in emergency medicine. And during residency, she really encouraged my research interest. She had me work with various faculty, you know, around our department on research initiatives. And she encouraged me to participate in research initiatives inside and external to our department. And she encouraged me to apply for an NIH NMA Travel Award. I actually applied for it. It was a selective application process, and I was awarded my second year of residency. So the NIH sponsors a 3-day career development workshop at the annual meeting of the National Medical Association. And it's a really impactful experience. If you think about it, when you're a resident, you really don't know how you're going to create this research trajectory, a career that starts from residency, even though you need to start planning for it while you're still a resident. And so you get tailored career development at this workshop. You also get to meet and sit down individually with NIH program officers. And this was the first time I felt like someone demystified the NIH funding mechanism to me. You know, as a resident, you hear the R, you hear the K, you hear the U. What is a U, you know? And so this demystified the process for me, and you also get exposed to a lot of various academic faculty that are in the biomedical sciences. So I felt like this was really impactful. As I neared graduation, I chose to pursue a research fellowship after residency, and I would move to Washington, D.C. to pursue that research fellowship at George Washington. And I chose a fellowship for a few of the reasons we're discussing here today. First, it significantly protects your time so that you can engage in research activities, which you otherwise wouldn't be able to do as a junior faculty, where you need to see patients and make money. It extends your early stage investigator status, right, from your last and final degree or, you know, level of training. And then third, you know, you are able to have an advanced research degree, and during my research fellowship, I obtained a master's in clinical and translational research. And additionally, if you're already sacrificing attending salary to do a research fellowship, it's really important that the fellowship is structured in a way that has concrete and robust training to make it worth it, and I found that at GW. The fellowship director at the time at GW had been awarded an NIH R1 investigating social determinants of health in marginalized communities, and that really aligned with my research niche and my goals. And so while I was still a chief resident in Mount Sinai, her and I began working on a diversity supplement. Which is a mechanism we're likely going to talk about today, and we'll already discuss, and we'll discuss again as the faculty level. So I was awarded the diversity supplement, and I came into fellowship with NIH funding. And the diversity supplement was such an integral part of my research trajectory for a number of reasons. First, it offers direct salary support, so that really blunts the loss of attending salary as a fellow. But most importantly, it afforded me the opportunity to write my first NIH grant, right, without the significant pressures of the R or the K process, if you can think about it. It's almost like a practice run. And then the most important part of it, obviously, is doing the research, right? Collecting, analyzing the data, working with a statistician, feeling like you're running your own research program. And I got to do that during fellowship. I would stay on as faculty at GW for another 3 years, but unfortunately my research mentor retired early and unexpectedly when she had significant family obligations, and that kind of left me wavering and making the junior mistake of saying yes to things that were not in line with a research pathway, because I did not have protected time to pursue additional funding streams that would protect my time, right? So you're in the proverbial cycle of a junior faculty member. However, I would be recruited back to Mount Sinai with Dr. Richardson as an NIH First Scholar, and I believe we'll probably talk about this mechanism next session. But this is a robust, intentional initiative from the NIH through various institutions to cluster hire diverse early investigator faculty at different institutions and offer them engaged mentorship, institutional and developmental support, seed funding, in order to make them successful independent investigators. All the things I would have needed from my last institution that I now have. So I have a very happy ending to my story. But it also brings me back full circle to the first place I saw emergency medicine clinician investigators, right? And my story really also emphasizes the importance of mentorship and sponsorship. You know, all the things that we're talking about today and all the mechanisms, successful researchers that are going to come along this pathway are propelled forward by our efforts, our knowledge, and our expertise as engaged mentors. My mentor obviously being Dr. Richardson, the one woman in this room you don't say no to. But you know, jokes aside, it is that mentorship that helped me get to this place. And my hope for all of us in the room is that we continue to be engaged mentors and lift up the room of researchers that are coming behind us. Or as my grandmother would say, lift as you climb. And that's all. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to navigate back to my slides. Bear with me. It's right there. All right. So many PowerPoint slides up. Okay. Thank you. I got this. All right. Oh, no, I don't. Got it. I did, I got it. All right, so our work group talked about, first we talked about the barriers that are currently existing to developing this part of the pathway, right? So in residency, you have heavy clinical loads. I think we're all familiar with that and still recovering. You can have difficulty finding projects and mentors. Just the ins and outs of the IRB process and journals and publication process, things that we're all now really familiar to, are really new to residents and hard for them to, on an individual level, just pursue on their own, and kind of need that sort of wraparound support to start getting into. And then at the program level, when you think about like a residency program, that's kind of what we're talking about. You know, a lot of places have limited research faculty to provide that mentorship. They're competing from other residencies for those resources. And then there's also, you know, as we talk about some of these mechanisms where we're saying, okay, well, how about a year during residency that's just dedicated research? You know, that can be very disruptive on the program level in terms of staffing, you know, the clinical duties for the program at large. And then at the department level, you know, the cost of experienced research faculty, if you're not already at an institution with lots of infrastructure, which also results in, you know, less staff and statistical support and, you know, grant support, grants offices, things that, you know, a big powerhouse might have, but a lot of residencies are not located in those spaces. And just sort of the costs associated with travel to conferences, publications, and those things. So we did an audit of sort of what are the existing programs that are available to residents and fellows currently. And this is sort of the large list. And these go into much more detail in the annotated bibliography, so you can like read a little bit more about them in specific. But they kind of fall into sort of general categories. So one is NIH funding mechanisms. One is one that we've just heard about, right, the diversity supplement, and it's going to come up throughout today because it's available at all levels of training. And this increases diversity in research by supporting underrepresented groups in that research. There's also the R38, was something I was not familiar with until I started getting into this work group. It's something we don't have. There's no current R38 in emergency medicine right now, but it's an NIH funding mechanism that does provide residents with a funding year for their research, but especially important, it puts them on the path for a K38, which is dedicated only to those who have done an R38. So this is another potential space that we could get into and start growing. That is one option. It's going to be a table. And then there's the T32, which I think we talked about in the last session as well, that is at the residency and fellowship stages to provide funding for developing foundational research skills. Then at the program level, you have a few other strategies when you're thinking about how do you structure a residency that incorporates research. And you can kind of do this on a sort of gradated scale. So there is the PSTP, the physician-scientist training programs, which are sort of like the next level on the MSTP. These are to recruit folks who have done the MD PhD program and now they're residents. They often include a fellowship and sort of a path for developing that physician-scientist career. Then we have sort of like, it's a less formalized mechanism, but there are a couple examples in emergency medicine where it's a hybrid residency and fellowship. So we have this here at Yale, and we also have it at Duke. And forgive me if I'm missing any other programs that do this outside of the PSTP, but in which they've kind of modified the clinical training program to allow for longitudinal research, include the fellowship training, possibly a master's, to again allow them to have that sort of pipeline and sustaining research training throughout their residency training. And then another one is these sort of like within residency programs, a lot of programs have started developing scholarly tracks. It might be in global health, it might be in toxicology, but a lot of places have started to do a research scholarly track and folding that into the residency without adding the extra year, but is still sort of giving that emphasis, giving that infrastructure, and providing some sort of scaffolding for residents to go through and develop those foundational skills. And then when you're talking about fellows, the clinical fellowships are yet another space that we can start to build more research. They already have a infrastructure for their clinical fellowships such as ultrasound or SIM, where you have sort of a curriculum and requirements to sort of build out the mechanisms for research support. And these can be combined with some of these other mechanisms that are on the list as well in terms of how to fund and structure that. So these are our 11 recommendations. There will be a table for each, so if you'll just take a minute to notice what table you're sitting at and what it corresponds to, or if there's a particular item that you are interested in engaging with and feel like you bring expertise, feel free to move to that table. One of our work group members is going to be at each one of those tables, and so if you're in our work group, you should have received an email with the number that you are in charge of. Please go to that table. And then each table, if you could just take a minute to, if you don't have a medical student at your table, to designate someone who's going to take notes and designate someone who's going to do the report out at the end of this. It kind of helps to go into it to organize your thoughts. So after everyone's kind of taken in where they're seated and what number they're going to go to, I guess I should have taken a minute to say, are there additional recommendations? Yeah, I think we've got a mic coming to you. Oh, right there. Can you go back? Absolutely.
Thanks for putting this together. Mike Ward from Vanderbilt. So these opportunities seem fairly lengthy and resource heavy. And I don't see an opportunity, and maybe I'm missing it, and if I am, please let me know. But for exposure of residents to research. And so I think one potential opportunity is through sort of scaffolded research that's facilitated by the department that presents programs or projects that are readily available for either individual residents or classes to be a part of. This is something that we've done several cohorts of at Vanderbilt, and provides an opportunity for individuals who may not have otherwise been able to participate in research, and to do so, and also to achieve their scholarly projects as well that require almost no additional resources beyond what you're already doing. And so I think some sort of scaffolded research program is another opportunity that adds to this, maybe under the academic departments.
I love that. So would you like to run table 12?
Or we can mix it into one of them. But
Okay, all right. I have made note on that one, sort of like exposure and allowing there to be research opportunities for residents that are not necessarily resource de novo. Yeah, okay, great.
Hi, I'm Steve Korn from NANDS. I just want to make a couple of comments about your list up there. So one of the things you didn't have, which is not surprising, is we have an R25 program at about 25 institutions that has always been for emergency medicine also, and they haven't taken us up on it. I understand why, but it requires 6 months of dedicated time in residency, and then it guarantees 2 years of support after that during fellowship. If residencies can come up with a 6-month block of time for residents to do research at those 25 or so institutions, it's there for the taking, and there's almost no effort other than mentorship. The other thing is just a wording thing that I would say up there. Number 3, incentivize loan repayment program. I'm not sure what or applications. I'm not sure what you mean by incentivize it. At NIH, if you are doing research as a clinician, you will get your loans paid off. And so it's not so much incentivizing it, the incentive is there. People need to know about it and be prepared for it.
The incentive would come from your chair.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. But I do hear your point on R25, which is very closely related to the R38, and so perhaps the group that's discussing the R38 can also put some attention towards R25, if that's fair. Oh.
Sorry, so my name is Christine Rose, I'm from Stanford. So this is sort of I think across a few of the different options, but I think the word for me is sensitize. So kind of, I think dovetailing off of your point is that there are opportunities, especially with usually URIM, who don't even know that they can or could or be successful or want to do research, and often they're excluded from typical mentoring relationships for all the obvious reasons. And so I think, I don't know if it maybe goes with 9, or I don't know that it's its own thing, but importantly sensitizing whether it's at the medical school level, entry to residency level, or all throughout residency to make sure that we're capturing those that are not typically included.
Yeah, I think that that's a great point, because I think that, you know, I was saying actually right before I walked up here is that as we were doing this lit review, you know, so many of these mechanisms do exist and could be built out, but when you read the literature, the evaluation, or the metrics, I would say out of the like 55 articles that we read about these, maybe 3 mentioned any sort of elements of diversity and how there was intention toward that, or whether there was any outcome to them. So I think that as we are all having these discussions for each of these mechanisms, let's remember why we're here, and that is something that should be cross-cutting in every single one of these. So, thank you. Oh, we have another one, okay.
I just want a clarification, so it's not adding anything. But when you have the Foundation Society side, is the idea here that you would submit grants to foundations to support? That's the idea. So like, I know of many programs where you can apply for $50,000 or $60,000 and then create a hybrid, not fellowship, not faculty sort of position, right? Because you're getting a lower salary, but the foundation's interested in, I don't know, say opioid XYZ, right? So is that embedded within this column here or not?
Okay, so yeah, I think that is my own fault for not designing a clearer slide. But so I think that this is my attempt to make it so that you have responsible parties named. So under the first column are things that we think that we could do from a departmental standpoint. And then the foundation societies were recommendations to foundations and societies for them to make those funding mechanisms available. Okay, shall we start our table breakouts? Awesome. And then while you're in your tables, these are sort of like focusing on modifications, identifying who the responsible party is for the implementation, timeline, and metrics. Okay, we're wrapping up. If everyone could just sort of start thinking in the next 60 seconds about your final thoughts and recommendations. Click forward a slide. Is it? Okay. All right, I'm going to start bringing everyone's focus back to the collective we, and we can start hearing some report backs from each of our tables.
Where do you want me to start? Do you want me to start over
I'm going to start with one. I'm going to go in order, actually.
Okay.
In fact, I'll bring the list up.
I don't know which one is
Where's table 1? Table 1. Okay, so table 1's task was to discuss submitting R38 applications to the NIH.
I was thrilled to be at table 1 because, of course, it's first. But anyway, so we had a very interesting discussion. We talked about the R38s, which is a new mechanism, quiet down, which pays for a resident to do a year of research. This can be an additional year that's added on at some point in the residency. It could be 50% for 2 years that's spread over 2 years. There are various models. There are a lot of and there aren't any that we're aware of that have been funded in emergency medicine, though Dr. Neumar has a pending application that he's waiting to hear about. There are some constraints on the R38 announcement that make it difficult. One is that there's only one per institution, so once someone in any specialty writes one at your institution, then the only way you can participate is to get them to add slots for your residents to their program. There's already started some conversations with NIH program officials about the idea of allowing multi-site applications so that residencies from 2 or 3 or 4 emergency medicine residency programs could go in together. Because it's a minimum of 2, and so depending on how large your residency is, it may be challenging to fill those slots every year with residents who want to add an extra year to do research. But across a consortium, you would be able to fill maybe 2 or 4 slots. So we were fortunate to have with us an NIH program office, I'm not sure exactly what your title is, Steve, but who told us about the R25s at NINDS, which he described as a Cadillac compared to the Toyota that is the R38. That is exclusive to NINDS. It requires only 6 months of research, but it really pulls them into a pathway where they're pretty assured of getting funding for fellowship training, and they have data that it accelerates the time to K by 3 years. So if you have investigators who do NINDS portfolio work, you definitely should find out if there's an R25 at your institution or find out more about it. There are other configurations of R25s at other institutes. It could be used for resident research funding. And we talked about the challenges of 3-year programs versus 4-year programs in accommodating residents in taking time off to do research. So I think there are a lot of logistics, but this has the potential to take those students, those graduating medical students who are still interested in research, and keep them on the research pathway and accelerate their success toward becoming independent NIH-funded investigators. We talked about the need to market these programs better to make people more aware. For example, I know Becca's in the room. We should have information about these pathways at our grantee meetings when medical students and residents who've gotten research grants from SAMF and EMF come, so that we could really, again, nurture this interest in research. Did I miss anything, guys? What else should I say? Yeah. So we like this one. We think it's potentially high impact. It would take some work, but very feasible, and I think potentially very high impact in increasing the path. Oh, also get integrated into those MD, PhD programs. Somebody else is going to talk about that.
Thank you. Great. Okay. So now we have table 2 on submitting T32 applications to NIH. How'd this conversation go?
Good. So I'm Jennifer Love. I'm a research faculty at Mount Sinai. And I actually did medical toxicology clinical fellowship followed by the Mount Sinai T32 program and graduated from that program. So Our discussion focused largely around the potential metrics for this program, and those were applications to the NIH for T32 programs, as well as applicants to the program. In terms of potential barriers of applications to the NIH for T32s, we sort of were wondering how we would know programs that applied but potentially didn't get funded, and there would have to be a good honor code around that. But then a lot of what we discussed were both resident and applicant barriers to the programs, as well as like vice chair or departmental barriers that would sort of prohibit or cause limitations around submitting those applications. From the resident applicant side, we talked about exposure to research being a large barrier, as well as information about applications and the timeline of it being a little bit later after like the job market timeline. Matching with a mentor, integrating an extra year of this into residency or fellowship is particularly difficult, either with clinical training requirements in residency, or sort of if you're trying to integrate it into a clinical fellowship, fellowships having to decide what to leave on the table of like electives or other components. Also the vulnerability of after being in a T32 of the job market and things like relocating for only a 2-year training period, or sort of knowing whether or not a chair is going to be interested in you and keeping you on to continue your academic productivity after a 2-year training program is particularly challenging. From the departmental side, we talked about the barrier of the NIH having metrics for those who are applying to fill spots. And so for those leading these programs, balancing, diversifying applicants to fill those spots versus training the next generation of EM researchers. Sort of the challenge of having additional support for mentors. There's no real support for mentors who are invested in the T32 program. There's no additional administrative support that comes from these programs, so those can be barriers. Finding a theme for your departmental application so it doesn't overlap with maybe an existing T32 at your institution is challenging. And then also just chair support for these programs and having enough departmental clinical hours to provide your applicants and not having too many people in the pool. So those are the things we talked about.
Awesome, that was very thorough. This was also table 12, yes? Would you like to talk about the?
I think it largely dovetailed with what was already said. I think the additional point is around exposure of residents to research in a way that's not a dedicated carve-out that adds to or draws from the existing resident research program, so that it can be done in an embedded way that coincides with the existing program, whether it's a 3 or a 4-year program.
Okay, moving on to table 3. Okay, so you guys were talking about incentivizing loan repayment programs applications for research fellows.
That's right. This will be quick. We said more people need to do it. It's not quite free money because you have to do the application, which is the big barrier, but it is a significant amount that can help offset the associated, often decreased salary that comes with doing a lot of these training programs. Having done it myself, I think the application is the barrier, and we can help people through that. And as researchers in the room with mentees, we heard earlier, most of them are eligible, so make them apply.
Sounds like a ringing endorsement for loan repayment. I'm gonna go apply myself. Okay, oh yeah. Okay, so this is table 6 though. Can we go to 5? Table 4. You're table 4.
We're table 4.
This is,
no worries.
I don't know why he put me in charge.
So we were actually talking about mostly the barriers on the PI side to writing diversity supplements for newly established independent investigators. So one of the real barriers is that you really need to have a good candidate and know that candidate is coming to your institution or will work with you minimum 1 year, but really almost 2 years in advance. Also, one of the PIs at the table shared with us that when she first was awarded her R1, you know, her program officer just gave her one line like, hey, consider writing a diversity supplement, and no real training or understanding of the mechanism or the application process. And we thought that maybe one of the things to overcome that barrier was having a near-peer resource that could help share their, you know, successful diversity supplement and, you know, walk a new investigator through the process. We also wanted to say that we thought it would be great if, you know, department chairs could make it almost institutional or cultural, to make it a habit of writing diversity supplements when their faculty members have, now secured an R01 grant, where it's a departmental expectation, but you are supported at the departmental level with your chair to make it easier for PIs to actually write this diversity supplement. We also thought that maybe the NIH could develop a toolkit and disseminate that to all new R01 investigators, and maybe a central repository for applications that have been successful. And we also thought that maybe department chairs could help do some of the lifting by, providing the statistician and providing some of the other successful items that PIs need to carry out the diversity supplement. I think that's it. Oh, and we thought that, this is a very important thing we talked about. Institutions and departments don't have a standardization for how the funding is actually applied. It's direct salary support for the recipient, but some chairs change around FTEs. Some chairs do things differently, and it may impact how the applicant actually receives the money, not the PI, but the diversity supplement recipient. And so making it maybe a standardization that, for your 75% effort, you are getting the entire funding that is direct funding to the applicant.
And can I just follow up and ask if you guys had any metrics that you kicked around? No worries. So just confirming. Okay. Sorry. Takes pressure off me. I'm coming up with one. I'll do 5. I was at the 5 table. So we talked about the development of PSTP programs and other sort of models for the residency research fellowship program. One of the primary barriers that we spent our time talking about is, this idea of recruitment and who are the candidates for these types of programs, because it does sort of require this a priori commitment to 5 years. I think that we kind of settled in on that the folks that are in this pipeline already, it's sort of like its own mechanism for folks who did the MSTP, who have an MD, PhD, or perhaps the medical student who did a research year in medical school or got the combined MPH, who doesn't want to lose their research momentum during residency, that these are the kind of programs that could be developed to keep them in the pipeline. This is kind of a retention mechanism. And so to that end, we talked about sort of what is it that makes these programs? And so you have your ACGME requirements, and they can be structured in anything that ranges from a 3-year program to a 5-year program. And so taking that flexibility in and embracing it so that you can have folks who match in year 1, saying, I'm gonna do 5 years, I'm gonna get a master's, and I'm gonna do a fellowship and come out with a K written, versus someone who maybe does the first 2 years of a traditional residency and then says, hey, you know what, I do like research, I'm gonna transition in, and sort of taking this modified trajectory. And we talked about the primary element is basically just restructuring elective time is what makes this. It doesn't necessarily have to have an additional funding, but can benefit from it. So whether that's an institutional grant, a T32, a diversity supplement, a foundational grant to kind of augment the departmental resources that support them, but that they're very kind of tailored, and that flexibility is essential because you're also recruiting very research-driven medical students who probably already have their own niche and skill set that they're individually trying to pursue, so you need to be flexible to their needs as well. In terms of metrics for this, we talked about sort of like deliverables, like is it productive, is it producing scholars who are getting K awards, are they getting funding, on what timeline, and who are those folks that are both coming in, like being very mindful towards diversity of the students who are applying and the students who are or the scholars who are emerging.
Resident research tracks, and we kind of came up with 2 different styles that we thought could be implemented with some common values. One being that if you create sort of more of like an application process where the residents are at least proposing an idea, as realistic or unrealistic as it might be, at least trying to get them thinking about it, would be a big way to sort of vet residents to do it, and then giving them that if they get into this research track, they have a funding promise, big or small, depending on your institution's ability to give funding, with protected time to actually implement the project, and pairing with a research mentor who's going to help you every step of the way through your 3 or 4 years of residency. And then the 2 different styles that we kind of came up with were for institutions that have NIH-funded faculty researchers. Then you can create your residency track to more guide your residents towards a career in emergency medicine research, and going through that process of applying for funding, implementing a project, and kind of preparing them and guiding them towards maybe doing a research fellowship at institutions that do have research fellowships. So the metric would be filled research fellowships, either at that institution or your graduates going into research fellowship positions afterwards, versus at institutions that don't have NIH-funded researchers. It'd probably be a lot more difficult to mentor people or mentor residents in that style. And so instead, talking about making research literate residents who just go through the entire process of writing an IRB application, doing data collection and analysis, maybe writing and publishing something, so that they can go on to be academically productive faculty at other institutions. And our metric for that would be maybe publications, or if institutions have like academic RVUs, how many of those are being generated.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, and so table 7, you guys focused on how to integrate T32s and other mechanisms into clinical fellowships.
Great. So while our topic was mostly focused on integrating T32s, first we started off by talking about how many non-research fellowships, so things like EMS, critical care, et cetera, how many of them have integrated programs for like 2 years of fellowship where they have an advanced degree associated with it. And from a current barriers perspective of how, anecdotally at least, many of these programs that have those advanced degree options, the people who go into those fellowships are not kind of transitioning into, or there's a low percentage of fellows who transition into research careers. And there was a question, and I know we've been kind of addressing this from a residency perspective, of the people who are going into these non-research fellowships, what is their research exposure during the fellowship, and how do we nurture that in basically fellowships that aren't research focused explicitly? So we turned into kind of a conversation of how do we provide more rigorous research training within these non-research fellowships. Obviously T32s are a big one, but as was kind of discussed with table 2, integrating or developing T32s within all of these other fellowship programs is challenging. So we looked and talked about existing T32s that are maybe in the department or maybe in the institution, but not within emergency medicine. And we discussed how there's a lot of difficulties in incorporating non-EM T32s within these non-research fellowships. There's institutional barriers to that. There's kind of politics between departments. And then from a resident fellow perspective, there's limited exposure to those T32s in other departments. So how do we kind of change the branding, explore or provide opportunities for these residents to explore these T32s within other departments, and incorporate it within fellowships within emergency medicine that aren't research explicitly. Other things we talked about is how many of these 2-year fellowships, they're focused on training in things that require a lot of time. So things like global health, critical care, all of these require a lot of time to become more skilled at. So is 2 years enough to necessarily teach that other skill while also teaching research methods, et cetera? We talked a little bit about how some decent case examples of these fellowship programs in other non-emergency medicine groups, things like surgery, critical care, et cetera, they are programs that are like 5+, 7+ years. So how do we modify those for emergency medicine specifically? From a recommendation standpoint, we talked about, instead of just T32 programs and integrating those, just thinking about additionally introducing more structured research training for these non-research fellowships. And from a metric perspective, in addition to the number of T32 spots filled by EM fellows, also just the number of non-research EM fellows who become EM researchers and who obtain funding. Currently, there's, at least to our knowledge, no published data on that.
Excellent. Table 8.
So I'm Katie Liebold. I'm a fourth-year resident at Stanford, and I came from a MSTP program. And our table talked about doing a dedicated year of research training for residents as being a really ideal mechanism that offers departments substantial flexibility to train researchers with varying degrees of experience and skill sets. For example, you could recruit an MD PhD into that program that just needs dedicated time, but maybe doesn't need additional research degrees or specific skill sets and give them the time to do their research. Conversely, you can recruit residents into that pathway that discover that they like research later on, either during their residency or in their second, third year when they start thinking about their fellowships and realize that they want to do some research as a component to that or that they need more skills for that, or to start training residents to transition them into a dedicated research fellowship. The one-year timeline also dovetails nicely into the first and second agenda item is in the R38s and T32 funding mechanisms, because that's often the time frame for the period of time that funding occurs over as a year, as well as providing time for the R25 6-month research time. It also dovetails nicely into the agenda point number 10, where PGY levels are often staffed on a yearly basis, and so if you have a one-year research time, you have the ability to actually transition between institutions, and yes, there's a lot of logistics in terms of funding and ACGME and so forth associated with that, but it would allow people to integrate across institutions if they needed to. Certainly this would require creative staffing models within our emergency departments for when residents are going to decide that they're going to be out for a year or have significantly reduced clinical loads, and that would require a cultural dedication amongst our faculty members that they're okay covering those shifts or working more without residents, or creating creative staffing models within our departments as obviously our volumes and needs for patient care increase. And then along also the funding mechanisms, engaging our foundations and the seeing if SAEM would be interested in funding 5 of these positions, throughout programs.
Excellent. Okay, and table 9.
Okay, so we had incentivized diversity within the frame of foundations and societies specifically. Just to make sure we're on the same page, we just kind of define those broadly as anybody who's the sort of funding, granting body. So with that being said, we mentioned sort of the NIH, for example, is sort of one of the larger, better known funders. The process is quite murky for applying for diversity supplements and other sort of related items. And so one of the things we came up with was sort of reminders from the funding organizations to current PIs about diversity supplements, sort of routine mailings, along with a quick checklist of how to actually do it, because the process isn't incredibly clear. And then the other thing too is I think we tend to look at diversity as a completely separate issue, but more so building it into all of our assessment instruments and processes for assessing grants, with the idea of sensitizing all researchers as well as reviewers into reasons, into sort of the importance of diversity, as well as having that be a consistent part of each application. Also the idea of building capacity building into any grant. So if you haven't written this in, the sustainability process and engaging with the community, you get docked on your applications. And then also we mentioned briefly about just sort of making sure we aren't just including diverse face, just to include them. So maybe using reflexivity statements as a mechanism when you submit to sort of talk about sort of who I am as an author or a grant proposal writer. and how, that sort of relays into my decision to engage with the community. And then one of the big things we talked about is like, what is diversity? I think we've talked about it today, but we have not gotten to any definition, which people tend to avoid, and you can't track what you don't know. So if we aren't being meaningful about saying we're talking about ethnic, racial, minority groups, sexual and gender, whatever that may be, then you can't track it. So along with those lines, to close out, we can't track who is being awarded, if there's equitable distribution of funds, if we don't know and haven't defined what that means and what our deficits are. And also if, some of the best practices for hiring in terms of a diverse workforce is like having a commitment to a certain number of people being interviewed, so we can do that same process to a certain number of people from those groups we're targeting to have grant applications and to also sort of enter that process, and for us to also deliver a certain number of funds to those groups. Because we are operating within the frame of diversity backlash, so we have to be intentional and not dancing around it. That's it.
That's great. Okay, so, and then table 10, collaboration between research-intensive institutions and those with limited resources.
So again, Tony Sue, Ann Arbor. So the large idea is that the R1 institutions should have rely on what seems to be a proven hub and spoke model, and to ask the hub institutions to find those spokes and provide an outline about how the admin support, which includes like IRB applications, statisticians, patient recruitment, how is that structured? How are the indirect costs covered? So to that end, we're thinking of asking policies and grant incentives for the spokes that can help find those spokes and to fund the plan. American Heart Association has actually instituted this kind of grant scoring, and SAEM and EMF should be asked to do this as well. We can also reach out to the NIH, looking at people from the NHLBI, to help put in the funding mechanism to specifically ask how the less resources institutions can or will be involved. SAEM and ASAP should create a continuously updated network of mentors and projects for grantees to pick from. Some of this has actually already been started with the research networks, and that just needs to continue. Regarding presentations at SAEM or ASAP, especially for abstracts, when judging for prizes, extra points can be rewarded to incentivize the collaboration. We've also noticed an explosion of residency programs, especially in non-academic EDs with contract management groups and hospital systems, looking for cheap labor, but actually tying that into requirements for resources for research support. If they want to be in academic residency, they must include collaboration. So this will be, looking at ACGME and asking them to put this structural change, this requirement. It'll help change the culture and provide a tighter pipeline. But the onus should be on the research institution, not on the residents. We talked about how industry funding could be recruited to be sponsors for research days, whether it's the hospital system or CMGs. Consider cash prizes for presentations for those hospitals that have EM residencies. So at the very beginning and at the end, there's financial incentives. And we recognize that the impact won't be immediate, since this is a change in culture and residency training involves other organizations.
Great, and last but not least, these are very unranked. Number 11, expanding programs to provide formal training and research for residents and fellows.
All right, so I'm Addie Malik. I'm from University of Kansas in Kansas City. I'm one of the faculty members, and I kind of oversee resident and med student research at our institution. So table 11 over here, we were kind of focusing on programs like Armed, Embers, sort of the uniquely designed programs to provide residents and fellows with extra training in how to perform research that would hopefully lead to scholarship and grants. And so we kind of had a couple recurring themes at this table, which were, awareness of these programs, feasibility, and then carrots, or kind of the incentives to apply to these programs and get your residents and fellows involved in them. So in terms of awareness, there were several people at this table who did not know what these programs are, period, which lets me know that we are not casting a wide enough net to let people know what these programs are, who they are available to, and how you can get involved in them. So just kind of from, the academy standpoint, sort of looking into new ways that we can make both the programs that would send somebody to one of these programs aware of them, and then also potential residents or fellows who maybe are interested in learning more about how to do research but don't know that this exists. How do we help increase their awareness? And so a couple ideas that we had were having SAEM or the ASAP partner reach out to their fellowship interest groups, so like the ultrasound interest group, the EMS interest group, the sports medicine interest group, because that's where all of the fellowship directors are. And so early on, make them aware that this program exists and that they could put their fellows through this program. And kind of the carrot involved in that is for some of these specialty programs, their fellowships do have a scholarly productivity requirement. And so involvement in this program might meet that requirement and might allow the fellowship director to not have to teach their fellow anything about research, which some people might find kind of enticing. The other group that we want to reach out to is programs who have never sent anyone to armed or embers, and potentially reaching out to their faculty and saying, hey, do you want to come spend a day and kind of see what we're doing here so that you know what it is, so you could potentially send someone in the future. Also incentivizing them by maybe offering a discounted rate to programs that have never sent anybody. So, send your first resident or your first fellow to armed and you can get 50% off, so that we're kind of expanding the number of programs that recognize that this exists, because usually all it takes is one person in attendance, and then they will recruit others in the future. Another thing that this table focused in on that is important with these programs is making sure that the timelines for applications and for the activities line up with the timelines for residency and fellowship application. So most programs will know who their fellows are, depending on what match process they go through, by November the year before they get them. Currently, some of these programs, the applications aren't submitted until after the fellows have already started in their programs. So if you want your fellow involved, you have to know basically a year in advance that you want them involved. So potentially talking to the higher ups at these programs and seeing if they will shift things to align a little better with fellowship application season and the fellows so that they can attend. Additionally, identifying early the residents who intend to go into an academic career and having them apply in their second year of residency, so that they're doing it during their third year, and by the time they graduate, they're ready to do their projects that they had considered through these programs. Then kind of lastly, one of the things that was focused on in terms of kind of both awareness and the carrot is for the students and the fellows that we want to attend these programs. They don't necessarily know what it offers them. There have been no metrics necessarily to track the outcomes of people who go through these programs. What have they published? How much grant funding have they received? What is the benefit of doing this program? So kind of increasing the scholarly activity that we do surrounding what are the outcomes of the people who attend these programs. So one of the metrics we talked about was following up on some of these participants 3 years later and then publishing what they are involved in at this point. And to that point, some of the students had indicated that they would like to know the projects that the mentors are currently working on who will be part of these programs, knowing that there's somebody who potentially has your background or somebody who's doing a project that you're interested in, knowing that ahead of time might make you more apt to apply to this program. Because as one person put it, knowing that there's somebody who will have your back as you go through this program and be able to provide you with what you are looking for would be an incentive to apply for it. And then lastly, just the idea of potentially in something like SAEM's Pulse, doing sort of a highlight of various graduates of this program. Where are they now? What are they doing now? Or even people going through the program now. Is it everything they thought it would be? What do they intend to do with what they're learning?
Awesome. Those are all like super concrete and achievable. I love that. Okay, so do we want to, I've put up the QR code for voting, but I do want to open the floor for discussion now that we've kind of heard from every group. If anyone wants to amend any of these or, make another case for why one of these should be at the top.
the list back up? So I just want to make a friendly amendment to number 1 based on the table 1 discussion is we might want to just modify it to apply for or participate in both R38 and R25 programs. So I think we're going to try to change the wording on it, but because I think both of those programs are relevant, and you don't have to own the program to participate in it. So I think that would be a way we would want to think about that. So moved.
Motion to vote. Anyone else want to modify any of these or speak on behalf of any of these, critique any of them? Yes.
Incentivize diversity, but that's not just demographic here. I mean, I think our specialty has diverse areas of potential scholarship, and perhaps that those we should be focused on is the next generation. Just saying, is it going to be educational interventions? Is it going to be, lab research? And thinking about that thought diversity at the early stage here, for us to have a specialty that's going to be viable, or a scholarly specialty that's viable 20 years down the road.
Right, so defining diversity not just in terms of people, but in terms of projects. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that there.
Yeah, Lynn Richardson. So, this issue, and I forgot what table it was, about how we deal with increasing the geographic diversity of research capacity, I think is a really important one to the specialty. We heard only a third of academic departments have any NIH-funded investigators. And when we talked about it in the small group, and I'm not sure that it came up in the conversation today, was the ways that, again, particularly the emergency medicine sponsors of research could incentivize this by creating funding opportunities that actually required collaboration across sites with a research-intensive institution partnering with. I mean, I think the hub and spokes model is a little ambitious, but maybe start one by one. But I do think that's one that's easily implementable that could really have far-reaching impact. I think there are models in other specialties. There are things that have been done, for example, in funded research networks, taking on a spoke site. So I think that one is very promising. I wanted to speak in favor of that. And I really like all of the great suggestions that came from the last table. One thing that I think might be important that's relatively not a heavy lift would be having an annual meeting of all former embers or armed scholars to start creating that network, help to track them, to sort of add that to the organizations that sponsor those programs. This might be another event that you give students or residents scholarships to come and hear, so that you really start to build these networks and communities of people who've been through these programs.
All right, we have another one in the back.
I was just hoping to hear a little bit more conversation on point 10. I know we just heard a mention about this being a benefit to more like geographic equity in research. But if we're thinking specifically about resident research at this point, residents are overall choosing their residencies and choosing academic sites if they see a career in research. Of course, it's important for us to know that some residents are going to find research during residency, and creating those opportunities is still important. But I wonder how valuable this, like, what is the really like added value here? And does it also come with any unintended consequences, as we mentioned, that more and more residency programs are opening and needing to create research faculty in part of that opening? And is this going to make that potentially too easy or too simple without potentially the correct, rigor?
Michael, you had your hand up?
I know both of you did.
I got a mic right here.
Sorry, this is Mike Casara from Northwell. We just had a very robust discussion at our table, and just to sort of put out maybe an alternative thought to the thought that was put out about the diversity of thought, and just to say and give voice to the idea, the concept that as we're speaking today about the issues that we have at hand, I mean, the diversity that we're talking about, and while we would embrace the diversity of thought in all things, what we're talking about is the underrepresented, the marginalized person who has not gotten access or entry into research. And so if we have to pay attention to that maybe first, is what our conversation was organized around. Like, how do we focus on the issue at hand and not dilute the thought or the mission? Because if we dilute the mission, then it becomes watered down. We just wanted to put out a cautionary sort of thought about that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really glad you added that. No more questions? Okay. Yeah. All right. So I think that the main modification was to add R25 to number 1, correct? And it didn't sound like there were any other major overhauls of the recommendation. So if you want to take a moment to vote, it's the second QR code on the paper copy on your table. And I recognize that we are right up against lunchtime, and that has been shown to influence people's voting behaviors. So if you need to eat before you scan it, it will still be available. Please eat something. Thank you for your time.
All right, everybody. Time to get back to the program. All right, as we get started back, hope you all enjoyed your lunch, made some new friends, ready to get started. Okay, as we get started, I just want to make a quick plug. I just sent you all an email with a new resource that SAEM has online, and it was curated from our All-EM Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, so it includes all the EM orgs. And it was created by Ty Donovan, our fourth-year medical student here that's also on our board. So thank you, Ty. It is a list of resources for aspiring medical students, so undergrad and medical students looking to get into EM. It's a whole directory of different resources, and if you guys see anything that's not on the list that you would like to be on the list, I also sent you a link to a form to complete to add those. So since we're talking about all that today, I just wanted you to know about that, add in your ideas, and thank you again to Ty and the whole group. And now I'll turn it over to Andra.
I can't wait to look at it. Glad everybody's had their lunch. My name's Andra Blumkantz. I'm currently the chair at Stanford School of Medicine, Department of Emergency Medicine, and it is my pleasure to introduce the third of our sessions here today on faculty education. So I've been at the leadership forum for the last 2 sessions, so you're going to have to show me how it's done when we get to the discussion portion of it. I want to thank my co-leaders, including Dr. Adeoye, D'Onofrio, and Cooperman, and we were by far the least ruly of the groups. I think we were the most non-compliant and whatnot, but I blame that on Nate. Anyway, here's our disclosures. Only Opwe has disclosures. The rest of us behave ourselves, so it's all good. These are all AI-generated images, so you can scroll them for where the errors are and the biases are in these things. So rather than saying challenges await, I'm going to say opportunities await, many, many opportunities. And we've been talking about the pathway and also the pipeline, and noting that even if you're not an established researcher by the time someone's a faculty member or well on their way, all is not lost. There is still time, there is still a chance. I am the Earth's oldest K-08 recipient. I am certain of it. I'm not anymore, but nonetheless, I was the world's oldest K-08 recipient. It is possible to launch your NIH career in facultyhood. However, we're going to go over some strategies that can be employed both early, mid, and late career. So, obvious challenges and opportunities. Research costs money. In fact, departments that do it well lose the most money, and that's just a thing. You know, creating knowledge and creating new science is costly. You know, the NIH cap doesn't do us any favors in emergency medicine, particularly if we are fortunate enough to have several federal awardees in our departments. Chairs are often left to fill the rest of the gap with clinical revenue or revenue from other places. And then we have the infamous sort of K to R transition. And that, you know, that huge chasm that we have that need to be supported by chairs and departments and schools of medicine to get people from that initial career development training grant to funding independence. So first, we talked a little bit about residents and medical students in the previous sessions, and I'm sure you all solved how do we match academic, career-minded medical students into emergency medicine. I look forward to hearing your solutions. And how do we keep them within our specialty and then wanting to stay within a career in academics and not going in necessarily a career in industry or a career otherwise? And then how do we find those residents who you can tell are interested in staying in a career in academics? And we all know when we talk to them, it's like, oh, what are you just thinking about doing when, you know, as you finish training? It's, oh, I'm interested in academics. And there's this pregnant pause and go, I wonder if they really know what that means. And the conversations that ensue afterwards. So how do we support our residency graduates? How do we support our residents in research? And then furthermore, how do we make them successful junior faculty moving forward? So we have a lot of different training programs that we're going to present, both internal and external to emergency medicine. So the things that internal to emergency medicine, those are emergency medicine friendly, so that's good. We're familiar with them. We often know the people who are in charge of them, and that is very fortunate. Then also, but we need to capitalize upon our specific strength of being able to collaborate with across specialties and the notion of collaborating outside of emergency medicine. And lastly, mentorship takes time. Mentorship doesn't necessarily pay, but we all of us who have ever been successful in writing grants or being successful in research know that mentorship is absolutely critical. So how do we maintain that pipeline or pathway of mentorship as people move from their mid-career to senior faculty careers in research? So we'll have two sets of programs. We have current programs and then potential new programs to discuss, and those will be divvied out to the different tables. But before that, we have a special treat. We have Elizabeth Schoenfeld, who will be giving us her case presentation on how she grew up in NIH funding land. She is the Vice Chair of Research at University of Massachusetts Chan Bay State, where she does research on shared decision making, and was the first PI in her department to have a federal grant. And since that time, now they have 3 K awardees and several other co-grants and federal grants and non-federal grants within their department. So she is certainly paving the way. We look forward to hearing your presentation. Go ahead and pull your thing up for now.
I have to hold this. So I'm actually took over for Ambrose Wong, who was supposed to talk about it. And just so you know, what I'm supposed to be talking about is the challenges, the barriers from facilitators to, do I get to switch? The barriers from facilitators to faculty research, to creating that clinician investigator as a faculty member. And I'm actually glad that I replaced Ambrose, because he's a faculty and he started his faculty career at Yale, which is not that representative when we talk about growing research across the country. So his experience growing up in the research infrastructure of Yale might be different from other people's, and mine might be more applicable to growing research at places that don't have as much research. So in some ways, mine might make more sense. This is a case study. The caveat, right, is this is one person. A lot of what I'm gonna mention is true for other people, but this is just my specific experience. So I'm gonna go really quickly on the 10 years between when I graduated residency to when I got the K. My K was awarded when I was 39, almost 40, so I don't know, it's pretty close, just in terms of age. So across the top, you're gonna see grants awarded and grants not awarded. The awarded ones are red, the blue are not awarded. Mentorship is already there. You'll start to see how that comes in. Those are the years below. The papers are already written there. The red papers are first author, the ones below are any author, and then there's kids and help at home. And then I'm gonna go through what these things cost me, my department, and my institution. So baby one was born right before the end of residency. I finished residency. I then did an ultrasound fellowship because there were not that many research fellowships, and nobody in my no one in my residency said, hey, you should do a research fellowship, despite the fact that they actually gave me an award for research. Didn't get that mentorship. So missing a piece of mentorship, plus there wasn't that many fellowships. I then got a new job at Bay State. I then applied for an internal grant, which I didn't get, and I took over someone else's tiny grants. I had a little grant. I then had baby number 2, and I promptly went 50% because I said, holy crap, this is really hard to have 2 kids, a husband who works full-time, and a baby. So there's my first opportunity cost right there. I then got an au pair. That was very important. I then went to Embers, which is ASEP's version of ARMED, if you don't know what that is. That was paid for by my department, and my chair encouraged me to go. One challenge was that it was actually a year-long waiting list. So the year I applied, I didn't go till the next year. I then applied for an Embers grant, which I believe was not even red. Somebody can correct me on that one. I then applied for another internal grant. I then got a tiny internal travel grant, but at least you write it on your CV, right? I then went to SAEM Dallas, where I had some formative conversations with people who had a lot of good things to say. So SAEM actually plays a prominent role in my career development. And I got a mentor, right? So you see my mentorship went up. I got a mentor, woohoo! I started master's classes because my mentor said, you need more training if this is what you're gonna do. At this point, I was at 50%. I took a grant writing class that was paid for by my institution. I then, because of that grant writing class, so it was a grant writing class, and then my department decided to invest even more money in professional grant writing help, and I got an RO3 on the first try, which is highly unusual. RO3s pay very little money. This was still not financially good for anybody, but it looked really good, right? And I got to come back to SAEM and say that I got a grant, so that was very nice. I got more mentors. Then we had SAEM San Diego and a consensus conference that got me more mentors. I then went and got qualitative training at a place in Canada, which was great. The au pair was really important for that because I had to leave small children for a week at a time. I then went up to 80%, so basically I was working a lot. My chair was paying me 30% protected time, 50% clinical time, and then that 20% time I was essentially paying for myself, so that's what that 80% looked like. I then put in a big LOI that didn't get funded or didn't get even considered. I then got the second au pair. I then put in my first KL2, was not funded. I then put in an EMF grant, to which one of you said, it sounds like Dr. Schoenfeld's gonna do this anyway, and that was the only feedback I got. You were not wrong, we did it, but you know, my point on the top is how much grant writing you do to get a grant, right? It's okay, it's fine, as long as you understand that that's how much grant writing you do to get a grant. I like grant writing. I then got another tiny internal travel grant. Let's see what's next. I then went to SAEM New Orleans, and then I got a grant development grant, which was created by our institution to give us protected time to write grants. So this was really helpful. So now we're starting to get things paid for by outside of my department, which was very nice. I then put in my first KO8, and I finished my master's at that time. I got my third au pair. I then put in and got a KL2 at the same time as getting the KO8. So I didn't take the KL2 because obviously I took the KO8. So when you look at my protected time, I had protected time for about those 4 years paid for my department. So I went back and looked at this, which was the talk I give for the K awardee lecture, and I put some dollar signs on it. And I thought, purple is the institution or my department, green is me, And the number of dollar signs is, are we talking with thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars, or hundreds of thousands of dollars? Right, so this is how much money was spent by various people over these 10 years to get me to where I am today. And I didn't keep going. I got the K, and since the K, I've gotten an R34, which I'm not sure counts as the K to R, is a successful K to R transition or doesn't count, but you know, it is what it is. And that's, so I didn't go quite that far. One facilitator, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about the money, but one facilitator that I think doesn't get mentioned enough, and I think we should talk about more with our med students, is research is a way to pursue the thing you're passionate about. And for me, I really am passionate about improving communication and patient-centered care in the emergency room. And if you had told me 10 years ago that I was going to be able to get funded in shared decision-making research, I'm not sure I would have thought that was true, but I have been, and I continue to be funded to do shared decision-making research. So I've taken this thing that's a passion, and I've put it together with research, and I'm able to do that as a career. And I think that we should talk about that more. You're passionate about health equity, you're passionate about language disparities, you're passionate about clinical operations. You can pair that with research and use research as a tool to advance your career in that thing. You don't have to love research, you love the thing, and research is the tool to sort of get you there. And I think that's something we could talk about more with our med students and residents. So I just threw this in a chart to think about the cost to me, the cost to Neumar, and then to someone else, I'm not even counting the NIH in there, that's to my institution essentially. And the big chunks, I was actually surprised. You know, Embers and the consultants that helped me write the grant were actually small potatoes. At the time, it was like, oh my God, am I really gonna spend $5,000 to $10,000 on this? But in the grand scheme of things, if $5,000 to $10,000 is gonna help you, that's nothing compared to the support that my time cost during the K Award. The K Awards leave a lot to be desired in terms of how much money, how much time they pay for. The other interesting one that stood out to me was the mentorship needed. And my primary mentor happens to have a K-24, which is not a K award, it's a mentorship award that gives him protected time to mentor K awardees. And that is very, very rare. Most people mentoring K awardees have no protected time. And so the really good ones, we want them to mentor multiple K awardees, right? And you want their K awardees to talk and work together, and yet they have no protected time to actually do that, which I think can be very, very, very challenging. So those are the big ones. So I took a hit in terms of protected time by paying for some of it myself in the first column, and my department definitely took a hit in terms of paying for it there. And in the end, we're talking about more than $1 million worth of support, not including the actual grant funding from the NIH. Some of the barriers for me in my institution, as I mentioned before, in residency and fellowship, I did not have the mentorship around research. And then when I got to my institution, if you're trying to build research in an institution that doesn't have a ton of funded research, you're not going to have mentors who were successfully federally funded, right? So how do you do it without? So the K-24s are possible. The other thing is you need to look outside your institution and look outside your department. My primary mentor, who's very successful, is a hospitalist. He's not emergency medicine. And he's also the primary mentor for the 2 other K awardees within my department, and he's done great. So looking for those people. I needed more training. We could do that by increasing support for research fellowships, CTSAs, KL2s, K-12s, T32s, all these mechanisms we can work on. The K underpays, so federally we could advocate for increasing the amount of funding per K award. Another thing on the barriers to K to the R transition is that the K underfunds for staff, right? So if we're trying to build successful researchers, research is a team sport, right? You're not building me, you're developing my ability to delegate to other people, and if the K doesn't provide any funding for those other people, then I'm not learning to delegate to other people. So I think that's a little bit of an issue. If you have a small research division like we do, you don't necessarily attract residents and fellows who are interested in research. Bay State, since before I came, was known as a great place for clinical research, for clinical care. We're one of the busiest emergency departments in the country. We have the highest acuity in the country. It's a great place to train clinically, and we don't necessarily attract researchers. And that's important for me because it means that nobody wants to be on my research projects and help me write papers and do the things that might happen more naturally at an institution that really does attract residents who want to do research. And then lastly, and there's actually people in here who warned me about this, but if you are the person who's trying to facilitate research at your institution, it takes you away from your own research. So you can either spend time writing that grant, or you can help those PD fellows publish their papers, right? So I have a number of PD fellows with published papers that I'm very happy about, but it is going to take me away from writing the next grant. You know, there is a great quote that I'm going to put on my wall in my office that is, "You can do anything, but you can't do everything." And I think that's been one of my challenges, is figuring out which of those things that I can do and which I'm going to do, because you can't do it all. So that's just my case study to get juices flowing about thoughts about this issue. Thank you.
So at this point, we're going to, I think, Melissa, I might need help to find the other presentation there. Yeah, that was it. Is the strategies. These are our unranked strategies that we'll have at the different tables. Thank you for putting those together. So I'm just going to go through them briefly. Pardon the spacing on these, but go through them briefly and then ask if anyone else has any other strategies for faculty education and research, and improving that research pipeline and pathway. One is promoting internal departmental mechanisms such as SAEM research fellowships, or in your case, ultrasound fellowships, or increasing things within the department to help with advanced research degrees or with additional research training. The second would be promoting foundational training grants and promoting applications to foundational training grants from the EMF, SAEMF, or other foundations for career training awards. Third one is enhance existing network initiatives such as PCARN and SIREN. So we already have locations and networks where people have done an extraordinary amount of work and put together these large collaborations of emergency and non-emergency physicians, and how can we plug in our emergency medicine faculty, junior and mid-career faculty into these different networks. Next is focus on institutional KL2 and other CTSA programs. Many of our institutions have CTSAs, and to what degree each department participates in that can be very variable. And emergency physicians have had a lot of luck in terms of applying for their KL2 programs and KL2 programs in other locations in terms of getting that additional research training. And in all of these, you'll see a common theme, that additional research time for additional research training in that junior faculty period. Next will be promoting NIH-funded early career awards such as K08s and K23s. We talked a little bit about that. It's a lot of investment in one person. It's a lot of investment in one person over a longer period of time, potentially bridge funding investment until that K to R transition, and maybe $3 or $4 signs there at the end. But it's a demonstrable pathway to get somebody on an NIH trajectory. Next would be increased NIH-funded K-12 programs, and we've been successful in emergency medicine in developing some of those, and we'll be able to talk about some of the successes in there and what it takes to develop one of those. Increase NIH T32 programs, and submitted by qualified faculty who already have a strong history of mentorship and a career track record in funded research. And lastly, talking about the promoting K-24 programs, or programs where actually mentorship is rewarded, and mentorship is compensated in a way, or at least compensated with time, to mentor our next generation of faculty scholars in emergency medicine. So we'll have the tables break out in there. Melissa, I didn't need your help in terms of which tables do what, but does anybody have any other additional thoughts in terms of adding to the list or adding to the faculty education group or discussion. Yes.
I just was curious. I think the gist today is sort of looking at developing a diverse pipeline or a pathway of researchers. Are any of these things specific to addressing the sort of inequities we have and like the ability? Because like looking at your slide, which was great, you know, one of those big hits was $100K salary reduction. I am the first in my family to go to college. I am the physician of the neighborhood. And so for me, I'd never take a 50% cut because it's not feasible. And so I don't know, like in terms of our strategies, and I don't really have one to give right now, but are any of these specific to addressing sort of the equity issue and the diversity issue within the pathway?
So for these strategies, no, but then I believe we probably talked about earlier diversity supplements and some of the things talking about as accessory ideas for the NIH. But that's a very important point, is we're not only talking about the opportunities, but also the potential obstacles. And this is one case demonstration, right? This is one case demonstration, and I'm sure many of you have different case reports of how you did things differently, and some things are possible and some things are not, and they may depend on both the institution, but also then the individual. Dr. Adeoye, the man with many disclosures.
Thanks, Andra. Elizabeth, I just want to say thank you so much for that talk. That was a really well done talk, and in terms of the topics that we're discussing, it encompasses a lot of the personal challenges and the perseverance that is needed for successful research careers. What most resonated with me is this whole notion of research being a means to pursue what one is passionate about. We are nothing if not passionate in emergency medicine. And so how do we translate all that day-to-day passion into, in my head, increasing the pool of research candidates, right? But I think some of the mechanism things are important for us to pursue and put infrastructure in place. But day in, day out, we are churning out trainees who are not pursuing research as a career. So I'm just curious if there are thoughts in how we can translate that passion into an increased pool of people doing research.
I was hoping that was going to be covered and solved in the first two sessions, but no.
Oh, is that it? Okay. Hi, John DeAngelis, University of Rochester. So I wanted to expound just a touch on that, because one of the things I see a lot of in here is we see faculty that this seems to be very much pointed at faculty who are pursuing a career as a researcher, someone who's going to get a K to R, do the whole thing. But I think to the point that was just made, that there's a lot of faculty that are not going to do that, but that still need to be research literate and research adjacent, like sort of like what Dr. Schoenhill was saying, where she can't get anyone to do work with her. You need cogs, you need widgets, you need people to help. And so I wonder if there should be something about supporting just the general academician who's going to be able to bridge that gap, where if you have some resident interested in research, that they may not be able to get a K or an R mentor, but maybe there's someone who can bridge that gap, who is research literate, has occasionally been the PI in a multi-center study, or has done some publications or a couple of retrospective studies, and just can sort of help them go through the research process and teach them, but then they can decide whether they want to go and pursue more than that. And I feel like that we sometimes miss that. I think the vast majority of faculty are probably in academic centers, maybe in that weird middle role. And there should be probably support for that.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And I think a table should be demonstrated or should be devoted to building a research culture or a research environment. Because while we know that ultimately relatively few people are going to be federally funded, and we have a lot of these alphabet soup labels to a lot of these grant funding mechanisms, I think it's just as important to build a culture of scholarly activity, investigation, participation in research within a department, not only for our federal researchers, but also for research engaged faculty on whatever that specific level might be. And what I ask my faculty to do is that everybody should participate in research. That doesn't mean that you're a PI, and it might be as peripheral as that I ask you not to bite the research associates when they're asking you about a patient, but nonetheless that you're participating. You know what studies are going on, you know what's happening in the department, you know who's getting grants, you know what clinical trials are happening, and be engaged in the process of emergency medicine as an academic field. And I think that's where we often sometimes sell ourselves short, because we're so busy clinically trying to manage the shop that we forget that it's our duty to also create knowledge. So thank you for that. Dr. Ward?
Hi, I'm Nate Cooperman from UC Davis. I'd just like to address actually the comment that was made before about really this session is both about developing more academic research faculty, but also broadening the pool, making it more diverse and whatnot. So here, what Dr. Blumkholm has listed are mechanisms that are applicable to everybody. However, we have to be extremely mindful of bringing in a diverse candidate pool into this, I'll call it pathway, not pipeline, as Dr. Richardson had pointed out, because it may be those that are underrepresented in medicine have not had the same access and resources and whatnot, so we might need to be building bigger mentorship teams, more powerful mentorship teams, and doing other things that we can do so that we make sure that those who are approaching these different alphabet soup pipelines to NIH funded are a diverse group. But once you get in there, then it's pretty much the formulaic, but we need to make sure that we're getting the whole broad spectrum of potential investigators. And I just think that historically, those that come from underrepresented groups think that this is, wow, this is just out of reach, but it's not out of reach, and we need to really make sure that it's clear by our actions that it's in reach for everybody. So that's kind of how I think about how this overlaps in terms of diversity.
Thank you, Nate.
Thank you so much. And I know that both you and my chair are allies, so thank you. But I think to amplify what Ashley said, and then I had a separate point, I think the metrics could be adopted to more like implementation science, like when you think of reach from REANG, we think about proportion of increase, so right, proportion of by gender, by sex, by ethnicity, and so on. But my point was actually around administration training, so grants administration, skill set building, because I think it's important when you're thinking about, bringing on a project coordinator, how you add postdocs to your lab, how you add students to your lab, and everything, and budget management, all these things that, like ID, for example, does so well. I just had an ID physician a couple months ago trying to coach me on like getting postdocs in my lab, and I'm like, no one's ever talked to me about that, and it's because nobody else has ever talked to whoever that was about these things as well. So I think there's something important to getting your first grant, learning how to grant administer, and sustaining your grant success like Liz has done, and knowing how to do that. So I don't know that that necessarily fits appropriately under any of those targets, but as someone who's been multiply funded, like that has been and definitely was a struggle.
Okay, so sort of the unseen curriculum of grantsmanship.
Exactly.
Okay.
I think that's an excellent point, and something that is, having now advanced further in my career, that I wish I better understood is the financial aspect and being financially literate when it came to grants and how to use that to my advantage. And I think that also speaks to your point as well around the opportunity costs of research. Let's be frank that there is a cost to doing research, and a researcher does not make the same amount of money that a clinician does. And so the question is how do you attempt to mitigate that? The classic example is the loan repayment program, but there are other mechanisms as well. And to different communities, it's going to impact them differentially.
And so I think being able to think about how you address the opportunity costs of doing research, depending upon who those faculty members are really important strategies to consider. The other thing that I wanted to add was we're very NIH and ARC-centric. The VA has great career development opportunities that we can also take advantage of. Let's expand the pie when it comes to this. And so if there are other opportunities, whether from that or foundations, we should absolutely take those into consideration as well.
Excellent. Jeff?
So my kind of start talking about what I was thinking, but I actually flip that on its head and ask, I know this varies department by department, but there is that, why should there be an opportunity cost to be a researcher? And in many departments, it may not be the case. At least for us, the researchers and the clinicians, you know, if you're superior, you should be making the same or close to the same. And I think that maybe that is another sort of discussion point that we should look at, you know, as a goal.
And be unapologetic about it. Like, why does there have to be opportunity cost? Now, opportunity cost might be actually salary, but we are also time, family, 3 au pairs, not at once, right? Or successive ones? 4, okay. Actually, I was just wondering. I was like, I don't know. I have a dog sitter. That's about it. So.
Yeah, how many kids were there? I just want to speak to this because I'm really troubled, Mike, by your saying, you know, researchers make less than clinical faculty as though that's an axiomatic truth. It is not true everywhere, at least in terms of the salary structure. And I was vice chair for research for 20 years, and every time this came up, when my chair would talk about what was going on elsewhere, I said, every year we get over 100 applications of graduating residents who can come be clinical faculty. Every year or two, I find one that I can develop into an NIH-funded researcher. Now, talk to me about supply and demand and tell me how we're going to pay them less. So this is a choice that we make in leadership, and if it's not on there, I do think the first priority has to be there has to be salary parity between researchers and clinical faculty. Now, it may be, if you start looking at the bonus structure and incentives and so on, that the total compensation may be higher, although we are struggling to create some kind of point plan to try to level that playing field as well. But I think there has to be salary parity. I mean, it's just, and I'm always stunned to find how often that is not the case in so many of our academic programs. We're never going to grow this pool if we pay them less.
Real quick question, just because that seems to be a hot topic. Basic salary, let's not get into total comp kind of things. Basic salary, how many folks here at their institutions pay is equal between researchers and what? Well, let's say generic stage, right? So, and high, so I can see. Okay, so maybe that's 2/3, and then I won't ask the people who are not to put it out. But you know, it's important. You're not. Yeah. Oh, Arjun wants to speak. He's not.
Let me just take one thing really quickly. I'm just going to raise the stakes just one level higher. I'm going to put it out there, but I think if you want to be chair of an academic department of emergency medicine, you have to be prepared to pay your researchers the same as your clinicians. And I think there's in fact, Daniel's here to vouch for this. Our incentive structure, our bonus pay, if you're a researcher who's doing a lot of research, your bonus is the same as a clinician that's seeing a lot of patients. We incentivize every leg of the academic mission. And I think, you know, it's different to be a chair in a clinical shop, then I get it making incentives RVU based. If you be chair of an academic place that really wants to raise the bar, I think salaries need to be the same, total financial structures have to be the same, incentivizing research the same way we incentivize clinical care.
Excellent.
Thank you both. Austin Padella, Medical College of Wisconsin. I wanted to add to the interventions here. I know we had a lot of chatter, and I echo the idea of pathways for all faculty. We've developed some for education and also the idea of foundations. But you have to have for chairs the idea of collaborating across their institution departments here, right? Because as we just said, there's a dearth of senior mentors in our specialty. Many places don't have them. Those that have them have talent aggregation that others can't benefit from. So perhaps that's actually an intervention, that we cross those divides to go to ID or internal medicine or wherever it might be. And that is actually a metric to develop the next phase of researchers, because they might do something in ID, right? They might do something in some other field, and that's still part of our ambit as emergency medicine, although it was in clinical research. The second thing was also senior faculty. So what I see missing here as a strategy is what are you going to have for senior faculty? Yes, they spent 15 years doing the KRRR, and now like, okay, I want something else, right? Because we've turned them into engines of funding for our departments, but when they need to now say, I want to step back or retire, or I don't want to do clinical work, how are we going to take advantage of that experience without, if we just talk about equity and pay and all this other stuff, without losing the departmental status as a research entity?
So a number of challenges, and I think we can learn a lot from our colleagues in other specialties, both learn the good and the bad potentially, and learn from them. One thing someone told me, I can't remember who, but I'll give them credit in absentia, that people are Word documents, they're not PDFs. Like, we're always changing, we're always learning, we're always moving on, we're in a different saved version at any given time. We're just not plugged into one thing. And how do we support faculty, well, we'll say medical students, residents, faculty throughout the phases of their career, both as being junior faculty researchers to senior faculty mentors, and how that might look different in different situations. Arjun.
Yeah, so I guess I'll jump in a little bit on where Nate was. Oh, sorry. Arjun Venkatesh from Yale. I do a lot of health services research. I think there's a lot of places that would roughly say we have salary equity. You don't take a pay cut to be research. Where it gets more challenging in this world, I think, is the degree to which departments are willing to cost share. To what degree is a department willing to make an investment when you get a grant so that people can continue as researchers? And that starts essentially from day one, but all the way through. And that's where I think it's meaningful for departments, and it's above a department level. You essentially need deans in schools to make the commitments that we will fund that. Versus if research is run as a needs to be positive margin endeavor, or if research is run as a needs to be a break-even endeavor, or if you're in a department where, for example, they say, well, you can buy yourself out of shifts at this sort of fixed rate, so it's a break-even for the department. Those are all forms of ways and places where that cost share is not happening. The department's not making an investment every time somebody gets a grant, somebody gets an award, and somebody gets research. And so that, to me, is the inequity that's probably worth discussing when it comes to supporting people in research careers and keeping them in research careers. Because otherwise what happens, I hear from folks, is as you get more senior and your salary goes up, if that cost share doesn't go up, then people find themselves in weird situations where they're getting more grants, but the federal cap doesn't keep pace. And so the way their department formula works, they're asked to work more shifts. That's unsustainable. That's what's killing people at this faculty rate. And so I think that's one topic worth discussing. Second thing I just want to do is I want to do a quick exercise. I totally made this one up in my head. I don't know if it's going to work. If you are a faculty member, physician scientist, clinical scientist, researcher in emergency medicine in this room, and you chose to enter that career path, research is a career, right? Not a hobby. How many people here chose that career path? Like they first chose, I want to be a physician researcher, I want to be a physician scientist, clinical researcher as a junior faculty member. Okay. So before that, you never thought you wanted to be a researcher. That's pretty good. How many people chose that as a fellow? A couple. How many people as a resident thought, I could be a researcher someday, I want to be a... Okay, and then medical student? All right, so it's probably medical student.
What about birth?
Huh?
Arjun?
And
What
birth,
about
yeah, any
since
birth? Right? So I was impressed by that junior faculty number. That suggests that there is an opportunity to still get people late. I don't know, I kind of sort of decided on this when I was a second year med student, I think. And I think that that's important because it means that when we really want to think about the pathway issues and what we're sort of trying to broadly achieve, what we're trying to do today, the earlier morning, the earlier conversations are all very, very, very much about getting people when they first think about this and when they're first sort of interested in this. To me, by this stage in the game, it is really hard, really expensive to pull people in to a research career when we've already gotten here. Here, it's about how do you get them to expand. And when I look at other specialties, to answer Asim's question about the senior faculty member, internal medicine has many full professors at Yale. Only one person of them is the chair. The rest of them have wonderful 30, 40-year research careers because they continue to grow, evolve. They research new topics. They create research centers. They get that U award. All kinds of other things happen. We have to create that kind of culture in emergency medicine where you can actually have a 30-year research career and it's successful and supported.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Felipe Tran. I'm faculty at Cornell in New York City, and I'm currently in a K-23. I don't know if this is actually missing from this list, but this is a thought I've had recurrently when discussing the topic of funding and sort of financing this, kind of the economics, which comes up often, especially in the discussion of K-23 specifically. And I feel that we see everywhere the cost, the investment needed, this gap in basically the financial burden that represents especially the funding of case. And to some extent also the funding of the other pathways that lead to independence. But I don't think that we see as often in the other number that we should see, which is the value. So we know more or less clearly how much you have to invest and what does it cost, but we don't seem to know what is the actual return. And I know that it's difficult to estimate, but there's got to be a return. We all live in a capitalist society. Hospitals and academic institutions are part of a business, and those institutions that are successful are developing that pipeline of researchers, developing researchers, and having multiple independently funded investigators happen to also be wealthy institutions and organizations. And so if that is the case, then there is something else than simply knowledge generation. We're not just investing money for knowledge generation, we're investing money for knowledge generation because that has some place in this complicated formula where knowledge generation has been part of that formula. And I feel like in order to be able to more successfully make the case for chairs and for other stakeholders, we need to do a better job at understanding what is in the other side of that formula. What is the return for the institution? What is the benefit economically for an institution, for a university, a medical school, of having departments with multiple investigators that have achieved, that status that we're aiming for? Thank you.
So a nice observation of follow the money. If you want the truth, follow the money. And the notion of, I think, a topic being how do we translate the value of research beyond simply having more researchers, is what I heard you saying. And whether that it can't be necessarily economically transposed as easily as dollar for dollar, but what does that do for the institution's reputation? What does that do for future philanthropy down the road, and other things such as that? But being able to express a specific value proposition of what does research bring to the department and to the institution, that's something separate from just the funding dollars. Yes, ma'am.
It's going to be my last comment for the day. Sorry, Al. So bringing this back to the point of diverse pathways, because you guys have highlighted a few things. We're talking about like pay parity between researchers and clinicians, when the reality is even within the clinical pathway, I'm paid less than my white male colleagues. So in us refusing to like have these, not refusing, but in us neglecting to specifically address diversity in this, I think we're missing some of the point. And then I also wanted to say that there are unique challenges that Black and brown and other minoritized faculty have in doing the work. It's the minority text, it's the fielding phone calls from my residents who have experienced racism, it's all the other things, it's the type of work that I do and the research I may do in the communities and things that I work on that are less valued than some of the other types of research which are included in my promotions process. So I really do think that there should be some specific mention within these strategies that is specific to addressing equity faced by marginalized groups, because if not, this is a blanket thing for everybody, which is not what we're supposed to be doing. That's just my last bit.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So definitely a table and emphasis on having one of our 8 strategies being specifically regarding the notion of challenging some of the obstacles regarding diversity and equity in research. Yes, ma'am.
So, I'm sorry. So I just to follow up on that and to tie it back to my passions comment earlier, and I'm curious what the room thinks. Elizabeth, I really am curious what you think. I think this is where dissemination and implementation comes in, to go back to that. It is what we do day in, day out in emergency medicine without the methods. So health services research, dissemination and implementation, these are the things that we are genuinely passionate about. And even Arjun, at the faculty level, I would argue that some of our most passionate faculty who have not thought about research, if they were sort of given the methods for this career, could genuinely translate it into the big R research that we're talking about here. That's my take, and I just think it's something that we should not necessarily solve at this consensus conference, but like it's something that we can spend some more time on. I'd love to hear what other people think.
Yes. Oh yes, sorry. Mm-hmm.
It's Kayla from MGH. I just wanted to follow up on what my colleague said about the diversity, equity, and inclusion strategies being here. I think I appreciate the opportunity to have an extra table to talk about those issues, but I also think it's critical that we make it cross-cutting across each of these issues to make sure that we're addressing not only in our choice of strategies, but also in our choice of metrics to make sure that the way in which each of these strategies are thought about and implemented improves those goals that we share and brought to this meeting to begin with, and that doesn't get lost in this conversation.
So I'm hearing from this is both an implementation, I would say probably across all the strategies for the consensus conference is appropriate metrics, and then also cross-cutting strategies across all the strategies, and not simply one strategy per group or one table per group. So, yes.
Hi, just in tying together some of what I think Felipe was alluding to and Ashley's point as well, is I think there is an opportunity for strategic alignment between what we choose to study and get funding for and what matters to the organization. And just to throw out a couple of examples, one of my colleagues in our department has a federally funded grant to study the impact of to perform a programmatic evaluation of our community teleparamedicine program. Which disproportionately serves, vulnerable communities in New York City. And so, we got some seed funding from the organization, but they're very happy and co-fund the program, and I think are willing to support the research to further evaluate that program. Another example is I'm the co-I of a grant that's looking to evaluate our social determinants of health screening program in the ED that then refers patients to community-based organizations. And we've ended up getting funding from the organization to pay for the RAND Corp to evaluate that program and iterate on it. But it doesn't take much imagination to think that maybe 5 years from now, the NIH would present a funding opportunity for that, so we didn't have to go with RAND. So those are maybe 2 examples, particularly in organizations where they are willing to put their money where their mouth is in terms of health equity, to align with the strategic public health direction of the organization and look for funding mechanisms that overlap with that. So I think there are some opportunities out there.
Chuck Gerardo from Duke University. Just a quick suggestion, potential for the room. When we break out for each of our tables, maybe we can partially address the diversity issue, because the same thing's coming up with the sustainability aspect of the conference as well. But for the diversity issue, one of the things that we have to come out from each of these bullet points that we discussed is how we're going to modify it or address it so that we kind of address the diversity challenges at the faculty level.
So for each of the strategies have a consideration and tactics for that specifically. Okay, I think we've tossed around a bunch of different accessory ideas. I'm going to ask Melissa for your help in terms of assigning tables. And we have additional tables both for discussion of diversity and also discussion of creating a research culture within emergency medicine. I'd say beyond just culture, a research responsibility within emergency medicine. It's sort of like, I've heard before, sort of like that's not our job, but it is our job. And that is our job as departments, whether small, large, academic or not, is how do we make our specialty better and how do we make the science in our specialty better and how do we make patient care in our specialty better. So help me assign those tables.
Absolutely. I apologize for the formatting of the slides, but we're going to go in order from the list. So table 1 is going to be academic departments of EM offering dedicated research fellowships with faculty appointments. This one is going to be the second bullet point, the SAEMF and EMF applications at table 2. Table 3 is going to be National Clinical Research Networks, Siren and PCARN. Then going down to table number 4 is academic departments of emergency medicine should work to increase access to training slots for EM faculty on CTSA, KL2, and K12. Number 5 will be academic departments of emergency medicine should dedicate financial and mentorship resources to support faculty submission of NIH and AHRQ, possibly VA, K08 and K23 career development awards. And then number 6, EM Society should advocate for additional national K-12 programs. Number 7, T32s, thank you. And number 8 is K-24s. And then on our list, we've got
9, diversity, 10, research culture. Keep in mind that the diversity pathway should be discussed in all the different strategies.
And then table 11 is going to be research culture. Yeah.
Okay.
And then table 12 will be the challenges facing diversity.
Okay. Excellent. Are we all divvied up? Okay.
So if you open your Google Doc, if you can control F,
Thank
you
you
can
so very
find
much,
it.
everyone.
sorry?
everyone about 5 more minutes.
Alrighty. Go ahead and wrap up your discussions. Decide who from your table is going to be the scribe/presenter. We're gonna go around to the different tables. I'm gonna cut down backwards from 5. And when I reach 1, the room will be silent. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much, everyone. We're going to move on to our table discussion. At this point, we're going to go table by table, approximately 3 minutes per table. If you haven't decided on a scribe or a spokesperson, now's the time to, in unison, point towards that individual at the table so they know they've been nominated. And if table 1 can raise their hands, or excellent. Thank you so much, table 1. Please take it away and introduce what your topic was before you continue. Hey guys, everybody's attention please to table 1.
Hi there, I'm Kelsey Jordan, Ohio State University, PhD background, so I'm a senior research analyst in our department supporting residents and faculty on all their scholarly activities. Table 1, we had looking at dedicated research fellowships within the department. And in thinking of kind of the SWOT analysis as far as our strengths, it gets an investment early, the commitment between the department and the fellow, so you can also predict their future capability and net revenue. But with that, there are weaknesses. We had a lot of discussion about funding those, you know, whether like the master's degree is going to be funded through the department or not, where are those funds coming from, and the buy down. And then with that, whether you're talking about an SAEM fellowship or a smaller fellowship type program that started at the department, there's heterogeneity in the quality of those programs. There can be, and that stems a lot from the enforcement of meeting those metrics. But then there are opportunities for improvement. We talked some about top-off funds, which was something new to us, where you can offset funds for those from diverse backgrounds and underrepresented minorities, and giving them additional funds above and beyond like what the ACGME offers. And another opportunity, which I think has been a theme throughout today, has been the tracking of these metrics and in developing networks and mentoring. So, you know, if you are a research fellow of one at a department and you don't have those that have graduated before you still there, you know, how do you compare milestones? So if we had some kind of tracking measure and then networking and mentoring for those fellows across institutions, since not as many of those research fellowships exist, which then brings us to our threats of unfilled positions. It's a lot of work, especially to get an SAEM research fellowship. And then departments that have done that are also seeing records of unfilled positions. So having that network as an opportunity would help then address that threat of that lack of interest, because it could also be used for recruitment purposes as well. Did I leave anything out?
Excellent. Thank you so very much. Anything else anyone want to add to that discussion? I didn't realize that the research fellowships within SAEM are not filled. Is that, or how many of them are not filled, or do we know?
The SAEM approved fellowships are just a group of like 15 or so research fellowships at different institutions that have like met the standard criteria.
Right.
So I don't know for this coming year where we're at, but I think we had, and Will maybe can help me, it was a small percentage that were filled last year. Where'd Will go? He left. It was pretty small.
Interesting. Okay, so of the opportunities that we had, only a portion of those were filled. All right, table 2. Excellent. Thank you so very much. Please introduce yourself and then your topic.
So our table looked at academic departments of EM should encourage application for SAEM, F, and EMF research training grants. So when we did this in terms of like the SWOT analysis, the strength that we talked about is that these awards are like really good for, they're kind of like a pre-K award, like they're really good for the really early like clinical investigator and junior faculty to get their feet wet with grant writing and research. In terms of weaknesses, we talked about how like stronger academic departments with more established researchers are the ones that are more likely to have successful applicants for these than younger departments that are maybe not as strong in research. So like I think that's like collaboration across like different institutions and finding mentors like outside of your own department is key there. So opportunities would be like for chairs to encourage that like cross collaboration with like different departments and encouraging like their investigators to connect with mentors, not within just EM. Like my mentors are in psychiatry because I'm in one of those departments. And then threat is in terms of like sustaining this, like beyond this, like after this award period, like how is the department or the chair gonna build that pipeline and continue like supporting that individual to get their K or their R or foundation grants later on.
Other comments from that group or other comments regarding this topic regarding SAEMF and EMF research training grants? Excellent.
So I'm really sorry to be the wet blanket about these grants, but I will say I had really poor success, i.e. a lot of failure with applying to these, but I've been successful across multiple other mechanisms and different types of grants. So, and honestly, like having been a reviewer for NIH as well, again, I hate to be a wet blanket, but I wonder what kind of quality of training is going into people reviewing the grants as well, number one, and standardization across, you know, scoring and this kind of thing. And number two, so an action point or a metric is not, I think, just applications received, but what's our proportion of successful applications that are being funded? And I think there might even be an opportunity to provide feedback on the quality of feedback that you got. Because like, I remember, like whenever I apply for an NIH grant, I always feel like the feedback is just something I already knew, I just didn't have time to address. But with, unfortunately, just being very candid in this group that hopefully can do something about it, with my EMF grants, like I just felt like I didn't really know where to go with it. Like my quality of feedback wasn't so great, so.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. And I think, you know, that's, everyone has different experiences, and the folks who serve on these grant evaluation committees, just like with the NIH and everything else, are volunteers. So I've heard the opposite story too, where people basically turn in a similar grant afterwards and then are successful on an NIH level. But just understand that a grant review group is a grant review group. They're not determining your, success in life or your value as a human. They're reading your stuff, and if they don't like it, then they can go home and do whatever they want, and so can you. You don't have to take it personally, but nonetheless, not all granting mechanisms are right for different people, and you may have to try different ones. Excellent. Anything else? Oh, you're table 3? All right, hot dog. Let's go. Siren and Picarn.
All right, so table 3, we're talking about these research networks. We thought about this both in the context of what research networks can do and then what we as a field can do. On the network side of the house, we talked about the network being really proactive at identifying those participants, those researchers who are getting those R01s, those U01s, and encouraging them to apply for those diversity supplements, facilitating the mentorship between different sites. So even if you've got a diversity supplement, it doesn't have to be a mentee from your site. Combining that with really minimizing the barriers to entry, so that if you're at a spoke model, not hub and spoke model, you don't have to have $100,000 worth of equipment just to be an initial participant. Recognizing that if you're not at a site that already is providing you that kind of funding, that kind of mentorship, those barriers can be really prohibitive. And then finally, from the network side of the house, having those funded fellowships embedded or integrated within the network. So having a pretty specific focus, perhaps that funding is in place even before a fellow has been solicited. And then on the field side of the house, we talked about 2 things. One being is that ongoing formal training that exists in a lot of forms already, whether that's Ember or ARM-Ed or the one that was, the course that was embedded within the Siren network, trying to do some better coordination amongst those. So it really is a scaffolding, perhaps targeting folks at different stages of their career, trying to prevent scenarios in which we're competing for resources, whether that be instructors, participants, or other funding resources. And then as a field as well, looking towards ways that we can do more formal mentor training, not just saying the folk who's been around the longest, the person who's got the most funding, whoever's seen the most patients, doesn't make them a great teacher, doesn't make them a great mentor. Perhaps a group like SAEM, ASEP, can do some sort of formal mentor training.
Great. Any other comments? Interesting. Formal mentor training. It's like faculty development and mentorship. Excellent. All righty, next table.
All right, so my name's Joe Miller from Henry Ford. We had a table talking about KL2 or K-12 awards that are out of CTSAs. And first we talked how there's a lot of heterogeneity around how much our research community is aware of the opportunities within CTSAs, including these awards, possibly at your own institutions. But we did talk about, a few people in this room have benefited from KL2, KL12 through their CTSA. And some EM physicians, researchers, sit on some of the CTSA organization groups within their institutions. So certainly an opportunity to enhance some of that involvement from emergency medicine side. We talked about how these can be a really beneficial, new faculty way to get started on a career towards having a couple years of mentored career development and time, and then pushing that into potential individual K applications or R applications. And we also mentioned how although there are upwards of 50 or 60 CTSAs around the country with many KL2 opportunities, that still many institutions don't have access to these depending on where you are. Or even if some groups do have access to within their university, they may not have the kind of level of mentorship and internal departmental expertise to guide new faculty to apply to these when they're competing with other specialties for the same awards. And we did briefly mention how a challenge is that some CTSAs, for instance, Dan mentioned that the competition for a KL2 at their place is just as competitive as applying for K23 or K08 as an individual investigator. So not always the easiest. Some other opportunities we discussed was encouraging vice chairs of research to both encourage diverse faculty applications and also finding out from CTSAs whether diversity is an emphasis within their own application structure that they've put into the NIH, and whether they are reporting success related to funding and maintaining a diverse pool of KL2 funded people. Let's talk about possible role for SAEM to highlight researchers that have benefited from KL2 funding or K-12 funding, which there has been some of this like through the pulse and whatnot, but probably opportunity for more of this to really kind of increase the level of engagement with our colleagues across emergency research with these kind of opportunities through CTSAs.
Excellent. And when you mentioned notoriety or recognition, you said SAEM Pulse, you're meaning basically celebrating winners or celebrating people who have these grants and who've been successful at their home institutions of successfully getting these grants. Okay. Excellent. Table 5.
I've been asked to stand up, so okay. So we were looking at the financial and mentorship resources needed for K08 and K23s, and one of the most important things, kind of foundational to everything, is just patience. These take a long time to develop, and whatever you're going to devote to the faculty member is going to be 3 to 5 years, and then on through the K, right? So that's something that chairs need to understand, institutions need to understand. And then we had a whole bunch of sort of points to make. So the first is knowing the funds flow, and every institution has incredibly different funds flow in the way they pay for these grants. But we need to understand at the institutional level, is this paid for through practice plan funds, through College of Medicine funds, et cetera, and really understanding that and being able to take full advantage of that is critical. Indirects kind of fall in that as well. How do indirects come to the department? The second thing is that for investigators in the K pipeline, they need significant protected time plus resources. And we had some discussion about what significant protected time is. It can't be something where the institution plays games with hours where, you owe us we're giving you 50% protected time, but you owe us 4,000 clinical hours, so you're really working through that. Right? That doesn't work. So we didn't come with a number, but some significant amount, around 1,000, something like that, where you're not working more than that clinically while you're trying to get your K if you want to be successful. And also resources. To get the K, you need to be investing in research staff and stats and things like that, grants management, research managers, to be able to make that faculty member successful. The third is, this was mentioned before, but basically pay equity for researchers, at least in the base salary. Some of us think also in the incentive, but there has to be pay equity, or perhaps even additional pay. If somebody could swing that, let me know how to do that. That'd be great. The fourth would be, for people on Ks, and this kind of goes across any research grant, is you need to fully support the over the cap and whatever the gap is to get to 75%. Again, can't be playing games with hours where you're 75%, but you only brought in, you have to buy back your over the cap, or we're going to decrease your salary or work more hours. So you have to be true to the, a K should be working several hundred hours, and that's about it. Again, okay, so then the next is supporting the research program. Whether on a K or a new investigator, they need, and I kind of mentioned this, they need research managers, they need research staff. They'll be able to pay for a chunk of it, but not all of it. Grants management, you don't want your new scientists learning, you want them to learn how to submit a grant. You don't want them spending hundreds of hours actually doing it, right? You want someone to help them with that. Also, chair knowledge of the research process. Even if the chair is not a researcher, really understanding what it takes for those researchers, and that's something that the chairs can do, helping each other. What does this person need? How can I make them successful when there's someone there? Some of that could be in the chair package that is negotiated as you become a new chair, and that's critical. Without a chair package, I would not be able to do anything that I'm doing right now. So that if you don't do it the right way when you're signing your contract, you've got a problem. And then we had a bunch of points around diversity, equity, and inclusion, and these are in no particular order. The first is, many of times these Ks are young faculty, starting new families, thinking about FMLA, thinking about how you're going to handle that so their research program can continue uninterrupted, and how you're going to support that. The second is, someone mentioned, we've got NHLBI here, I think NIA will be here. We don't have NIMHD here. I don't think emergency medicine knows that institute as well as it ought to. And those of us who've been in some of the institutes know that the senior investigators know the program officers, they know what that institute's looking for. There is some critical knowledge that helps you be successful when you're applying to an institute that we kind of work on with each other. And that could probably be a goal to try to get to know that institute better. The third thing is think about diversity supplements. This was previously mentioned, but someone who's working on a K who gets a diversity supplement, maybe on their mentor's grant, hugely powerful, right, for their application. Preliminary data sets them on the way, so thinking about that as a way to do this. We talked about pay equity, and so you need pay equity, you need to have a transparent salary structure. Also thinking about appreciating alternative sources of funding as success, foundations, state funds, whatever it may be. Those are also successful investigators get those funds, and they can springboard. And then finally, for people who may not have had the experience before, thinking about supercharging the mentoring. I think that there are certain faculty who maybe haven't been as exposed, need more mentoring than before. You need to protect them from paying the minority tax. You need to protect them from being on every single committee and being asked to do every single thing that comes up, and really being very guarded and conscious about that, I think would be important. And then a couple metrics we talked about, which you think, right? How many people are both applying and getting these sort of awards overall, and then broken down by whatever various groups. So that's what we came up with.
Thank you so much. Table 6, nice segue to other institutes.
Linda Regan, and there you go. We're sharing the mic because we're going to definitely be under 3 minutes. About 95% of our time was spent learning from the bigwig I dragged from the front of the room about what K-12 programs could be developed from various institutes. None of us at the table had any idea about how one even did that. And I thought that was pretty telling, that we really couldn't even figure out how to approach this topic. So in the end, I think the couple takeaways, and you can add if I forget anything, was that, one, we need to sort of backtrack to get into a place where we as a specialty can think about where are those burgeoning areas that we need to then look to these institutes to see if there is a match between what their mission is from that institute versus what we're trying to build in a clinical workforce. And I think that, we talked about here the National Institute on Minority Health and Health Disparities, as you'd mentioned. There's one on environmental health. So there's definitely a couple areas that I think we're not very involved in at the moment that we as a set of organizations and a specialty need to back up a little bit before we even contemplate advocating and decide, are there areas that we just need this specific training in? And I don't think we knew much about if we had any specific ideas beforehand. There was a question also here where we talked about, for the National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities, as part of their mission, they talk also about promoting and supporting the training of a diverse research workforce. Their mission is to lead scientific research to improve minority health and eliminate health disparities. So we had a very brief conversation here also about the concept of whether or not an institute would, with the understanding that diverse research workforce that is well-trained in healthcare disparities will help the outcomes of patients, that whether or not it would be possible to have a type of a line that actually would be put forth to developing clinician-scientists in this specific area. And then lastly, I think, what was the last thing? Was there one more thing?
I think you highlighted it really well that these grants can be for diversity and inclusion, but really they're to train junior faculty in research. And they come in two flavors. They could be institutional, so training junior faculty a couple years of research so they can then apply for a K award, or they can be national. And I think there's a recent program that we want to highlight. There's a K-12 emergency medicine research development program in the neurological science program, and this sort of program can be sort of a model for what could be done at least nationally, because you can pick an area of research that you're really interested in, and then have one of these K-12 programs to get your faculty trained in that area. So it's definitely a promising prospect.
Excellent, thank you so much. I've heard time and again that we lament in emergency medicine that we don't have an institute, but at the same time we can celebrate that because we also we're not restricted to one organ system or one pathology. We have them all. Dr. Ward, are you table 7?
I am table 7. And actually just building on the K-12 comment and the fact that maybe 12, 13 years ago, we had our first K-12 in emergency medicine speared on by Jane Scott. I mean, I think we're seeing the fruits of that labor and the collaboration and how important that's been. So, and to see the third K-12 come along, I think it's just extraordinary and really exciting. So I am representing table 7 around academic departments of emergency medicine encouraging and supporting NIH T32 applications. And I think that in and of itself is somewhat of a loaded statement because the applications in and of themselves are bears. They're huge. I think ours was 500 pages and requires institutions that already have a lot of support and very strong institutional environments. And so it's I think as a specialty, yes, we should absolutely encourage these. And then when you think of them locally and individually at a departmental level, the question is, should you in fact put one in? And I think that's a local decision. As a whole, yes, absolutely we should. And we should be, from a metric standpoint, being able to think about those who are the contact PI being emergency medicine. I think that's a great way to be able to measure that. But it's a challenge in terms of the actual application. But there are also other potential ways that you can leverage the T32 infrastructure which is, especially if you're at an institution that has T32s, if you perhaps can't administratively handle it, being able to leverage those within other departments, because they can then fund your fellows. So that's one way to be able to build on what's already there. Unfortunately, not all institutions have those resources where even within your entire institution you have a T32. So we talked earlier about the hub and spoke possibility. I don't think anyone's done something like that, at least that I'm aware of, but I think that's an interesting possibility that's certainly worth considering to see whether or not you can extend that T32 mechanism. There are a number of logistics that go along with that. One other idea that came up was that we've batted around for a couple of years now, Lynn and I have, is around the idea of our own foundations being able to help leverage and support not just T32s, but those who have committed to a career in emergency medicine research. So, and are at the critical stage where you're under-resourced and really trying to move forward with your research career. So think of it as being at the fellowship stage, whether you're in a T32 K-12 or just a regular old emergency medicine fellowship, and being supplemented by the foundations for your project. We all know that training at that point does not actually fund the full project. It funds the individual, and even then that's somewhat questionable. But a possibility that we've talked about from the EMF standpoint, and with both EMF and SAEMF in the room, this is a great opportunity to bring this up to say, supplementing those individuals who have already committed to a career in emergency medicine research, we should absolutely be supporting them as much as we possibly can. A $20,000 or $30,000 supplement to be able to do their research and to do it well really advances their ability to then move on to either a K-12 or a K-23 application. The final point around metrics, I already referred to the one earlier about EM contact PI. I think that would be fairly easy to do already because there aren't that many, there are only 3. But looking at the number of EM trainees is going to be a lot harder because you're going to be relying on reporting and self-reporting. So from a feasibility standpoint, it's going to be very challenging to do. I think that's it for our table. Did I miss anything else?
Thank you so much. Table 8.
Hey, Chuck Gerardo from Duke University. We were talking about the K-24 applications. And some of the advantages we thought is that for mid-career faculty, it really is a great emphasis on the sustainability part of this conference. So it's a time of high risk of leakage from that pathway. So we felt that it was a stable mid-career funding source. And also is a good link to the junior investigators supporting things like the T32. We also, from a diversity standpoint, we thought that the K-24, if used with intentionality, would be a good way to augment mentorship, a diverse set of junior faculty. But it would have to be the execution of the K-24 becomes important here because that would have to be done with intentionality. Otherwise, we're likely to propagate the status quo. And also, the last thing was a sustainable mechanism to keep researchers from leaving the field and going to other areas, be that administrative roles or other roles within emergency medicine, and leaving research or doing their primary research themselves. There's some disadvantages. One is you have to have a cadre of established researchers to qualify for the grant, and they have to have expertise in mentorship, so it would require training before getting the grant for that, so relying on some of the other mechanisms we've talked about. And then it doesn't fund the research, it funds, or it mostly doesn't fund the research, it funds the time, so the investigator would have to have ongoing other funding to really have an active program that would help them, as well as the developing programs for the mentees. And then one of the areas that we thought could potentially be challenging is we improve the diversity of the more junior investigators over time. The mid-career or more senior investigators are likely to be a less diverse pool. And although people are going to need, you're modifying it as I'm trying to read it, you're killing me, man. Thank you. You're killing me, Smalls. Check that. Now I'm going to have to offer him a residency position because I feel guilty. But in any case, especially it's the most complex part. But so the mid-career senior people are likely to be a less diverse group than the mentees. So it'll be important to augment that mentorship with more diverse mentorship teams to ensure that there is some mentorship from the same affinity group to help address some of the issues that will come up if they're less aligned on the if it's a minoritized group of junior investigators that they're mentoring. Whose responsibility for this? Everybody's. Some things SAM can do is specific education around K-24s, especially by people in the specialty who've had them. And we also think individual departments have some responsibility in informing and supporting mid-career faculty in pursuing their K-24s. And we also think, in addition to this link between the K-24 and the T-32s and other junior investigator grants, there's also a link between the more elevated grants where, like the large network grants, where some of the investigators are in a position to apply for K-24. So that could be promoted through some of those other larger network grants as well. The metrics, number of people who submit as well as who receive K-24s, because we need to also be measuring shots on goal, and then the number of mentees who've gone on to have a true research career, and how you define that would probably be variable and is a discussion for another time.
Thank you. In the table 9, mid-career faculty joint appointments.
So we're at table 9, and I'm Fred Crawley from the University of Michigan, but that was not what we talked about. Yeah.
That's all right.
We talked about challenges with increasing diversity, equity, and inclusion in emergency medicine. And so we identified that there are several opportunities. Number one is with enhancing or increasing our ability not to leave money on the table, which is with diversity supplements. And I know several groups have mentioned diversity supplements. When you think about the number of PIs in emergency medicine who qualify for diversity supplements, there's a ton, but very few people have applied for these supplements. Dr. Richardson has volunteered to organize a course next year for training. I mean, she has like a template. It's a didactic on how to submit a diversity supplement. You know, several of us have experience with submitting for others and getting it for ourselves, and so we will be able to help with that. But we really have to identify opportunities for finding people. You know, one of the challenges is also that we don't have enough candidates. But luckily, the NIH has refined the definition of diversity and made it a bit more inclusive. And so there are a lot more people who would qualify for these supplements than you would think. It's a lot broader than most people realize. And it's also very grant mechanism specific. And so if you have doubts, you just need to talk to your program officer about whether you would qualify, or whether the candidate you have in mind would qualify. But we also think that beyond just talking about it, we would like some help from SAEM to incentivize people to submit these grants, including just recognition, but also, and I see some EMF representatives here, if there are ways to get additional supplemental funds, because these diversity supplements don't have a ton of money to actually do research. And so if there is additional supplementary funds, say an additional $10,000 grant from EMF, for example, and I'm looking at Dr. Van Epps over there, that could really help incentivize PIs to submit these applications. We also talked about mentorship. We talked about the fact that sometimes investigators from underrepresented groups have challenges with finding mentors they identify with. We realize that mentorship sometimes takes a big team, and you may get some of the best mentorships from people who don't look like you. But you may also need within that mentorship portfolio others who you identify more closely with because you may be able to, for example, text them at 2 a.m., whereas for some of the, say, research mentors, you may not be able to do that. We thought that it was something that institutions need to be intentional about to make sure we're not developing, I think there was a term used as a white patch. We want to make sure that we're not having islands of isolation, where people don't feel like they belong. We also mentioned that in terms of enhancing diversity, several people come into science, through different paths. There are some, early entrants into the field. There are some late entrants, and we need to have on-ramps even for those who enter late. I know when Arjun took his poll, there were several people who said they thought about research as junior faculty, and we need to have the right environment to support that. The last thing I'm going to mention is that we also talk about the importance of having metrics, and one of the things departments and chairs should do is have metrics to identify or to quantify the diversity within the research work going on, including things like diversity in authors for publications, looking at faculty publications, seeing how many of these publications include junior faculty, include people from groups that don't look, like the PI and so on. And having that will allow us to have means of being accountable. Did I miss anything? Yes, cross-cultural mentorship training is very important, and we talked about training both for mentees and mentors.
Thank you so very much. Table 10. I'm going to say non-clinical researchers. If you talked about that, if you talked about something else, you're welcome to share.
No, we did. I'm Rebecca Cash. I'm from MGH, and I am a non-clinical researcher, so I was very sure we talked about it. So we talked about the fact that PhDs and non-clinical researchers can sort of be used in two different models. One, like at the department level, hiring PhDs can build research capacity, and it supports those like middle researchers, like we were talking about before, not the big R ones. So it builds that culture and can, promote more smaller projects, preliminary data, and then eventually grant applications, including for diverse faculty. So it helps bridge the gap for researchers to become independent, basically. PIs could also hire non-clinical researchers to drive their own research programs forward. My personal bias here is I found the PhD, MD model, not in one person, but two different people, to be really effective for grants. So cover both the sort of methodological side and the clinical side, and often having a PhD is looked very favorably upon by NIH. So we talked about that PhDs in this sort of role would be probably more in the like epidemiology, that's what I am, and public health realm, maybe biostatistics, and it also then lets departments not have to like look externally for the support for that. Challenges to this though is the cost. So non-clinical researchers can't work clinical shifts to cover their salary gap. Uh-oh, don't go away. So the department has to sort of create an investment, and also the whole pay parity thing is a big deal. I will say that I make about half of what the clinicians do in my department, so if anyone's know. But one option for doing this would be the T32 route. So T32s can also support PhD students and postdocs that are non-clinical. So having a like health services research and emergency care, T32 would build that capacity. And you could also target recruiting diverse candidates into that who may not otherwise consider doing like EM research. You could also work with existing T32 programs to sort of envelop some of their people and steer them more into EM. We talked about creating more dedicated funding opportunities specifically for non-physician researchers. The diversity supplement, for example, is a good opportunity there. But it's really hard to find the ideal candidate. So if like thinking about this, you have to figure out, are you looking for like support staff or are you looking for research track faculty? So setting very clear expectations on working in your own projects or working on other projects, and also creating that pathway to have non-clinician researchers create independent research careers in a clinical department would be important. Metrics we talked about were number of non-clinician EM researchers in EM departments, number of T32 spots that are for PhDs, and then the diversity of PhDs that are working in EM.
Alrighty, thank you so very much. Table 11, building a research culture.
I'm Katie, I'm from Stanford. So we talked about building a research culture and just how do we support the general academician who's doing research. First we talked about who should be promoting academic research cultures within our departments, and ultimately landed on it's a job for all of us, and we should be bringing respect to the table for everyone that contributes to our tripartite mission of patient care, research, and education. But specifically regarding how we value research is having this championed by our academic department chairs and a top-down modeling of values. And then having our researchers attending department-wide meetings where we can highlight our research agendas and show them how our research is supporting, integrating with, or complementing other departmental efforts. And then also having consistent specialty-wide and department-specific messaging of research values, a big part of which is through SAEM. We asked how do we actually advertise the value of research, and talk about increasing departmental recognition of research and scholarly work, and how that looks very different depending on what you're doing, and how we can highlight the intangibles. For example, all the work that's spent mentoring or time spent on helping others with their research efforts, which are traditionally not recognized unless you are the PI. And of course, integrating all of this into our research mission and faculty members and promotion reviews, and having a shared vision that the research that we're doing is serving our communities in a bi-directional manner, and doing that and messaging that in a better way. We also talked about increasing appreciation and promotion of non-NIH funding, since there is a heavy discussion around federal funding, and that's certainly an important benchmark. Focusing only on federal funding really undervalues other types of research and funding, and may unintentionally lead to less value overall for research globally. And then finally, we talked about how we can increase diversity and sustainability in our research culture, and really wanted to emphasize group efforts and research endeavors to promote the diversity of the teams that work on all these projects, and not just on the, whoever's name is the first or last author on a paper or the name of PI on a grant. We talked extensively about pay equity as well as intentional sponsorship, and how that can look like to promote diversity, and ideas around that were such as like creating visiting professorships or grand rounds that promote diverse researchers within our field.
Thank you, wonderful. Is there a table 12? Okay. All right, excellent. Is there? No, I guess not. 9 and 12 are like conjoined, I think. Yes. Excellent. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you to all of you for your discussion and sharing your insights and thoughts with the rest of the group. And I see you guys descending upon me, so at this point, I'm just going to give this to one of you. And I don't know what happens next. Okay.
Thank you so much. So now we can proceed to the vote. You should have the QR code on your table, and then we will pull it up here as well.
And we do have a little bit of time for discussion too before we do the final vote. How are we for time after this for bringing back the results? How are we for time for bringing back the results?
After this? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we have a little time for discussion. Then we're going to break. Then we're going to come back and show you the results of the prioritization. Have a little bit of time for discussion of each and give you opportunity to change your vote if you think we need to move things up and down. One thing I will mention that we didn't talk about on this last one was there was one suggestion about getting joint appointments in other departments, and that didn't get talked about at one of the tables. So that strategy really is for established investigators that have an area of research that's aligned with a basic science department or even a department in the School of Public Health. To see, the advantage of getting a joint appointment, even if it's a non-funded appointment in one of those schools or departments, is you get access to their trainees, so you get access to graduate students, you get access to maybe even better access to postdocs, but also access to collaborators in those departments. It sort of formalizes that relationship. They're more likely to work with you on a collaborative project, and you can learn more about what's happening in those departments as well and find out where you can come and bring something to the table for those other departments, especially other non-clinical departments. So that was one of the things on the list that didn't get discussed, but it's again a potential strategy for those mid-career investigators to broaden the scope of the research and broaden the access to trainees in a research team. So did anyone else have any additional discussions or comments about some of the priorities or strategies?
Sentence to what you just said. I think it's also a great strategy for junior investigators to get appointments in other departments and get access to mentors there and research resources, databases that they may have. And the key, I think, to the success of my T32 application was that it was so multidisciplinary. I had 41 faculty from 14 departments across my institution on a T32 to train in emergency care research. So that's how you pull in all of the funded NIH talent that you need to write a T32.
Yeah, and even like when you submit a grant and you list that you're jointly appointed in another department, if there happens to be a reviewer from that line of that specialty, then it sort of gives you a few extra credibility in their eyes at least. Any other thoughts about some of the proposed strategies? I know it's getting late in the day. We've been doing a lot of thinking and a lot of talking. All right, well, why don't we go ahead and go to break. What time should we come back? 10 minutes. Yeah, do your, QR code on the table. It'll be on it'll be on the phone when you get it. So everyone vote, and then we're going to come back and we're going to show the results of the undergraduate medical student vote. We'll have time for discussion and a chance to re-vote if you think the priorities are wrong. And then we'll do the resident fellow discussion, chance to re-vote, and then we'll come back and we'll show you the results of this most recent faculty, a little bit of discussion time and a chance to re-vote, then we'll be done, and we'll get you out of here. I think we should have the leads come.
Everyone, we are about to close the faculty voting. If you have not voted for faculty yet, All right, everyone. If we could all return back to our tables and we will do the final votes. It's time. It's time for the final votes. So we just wanted to spend the last part of this session reviewing the current rank orders for our strategies and tactics, having a discussion about that rank order, and giving everyone the opportunity to vote one more time. But before we do, I'd like to just take a special moment to acknowledge Melissa McMillan and ask her. And your tireless work over the last year, it's just inspirational, and this wouldn't have been possible without you. So, Keelan, did you want to? So, perfect. So this is the, can everyone see this? I'm just gonna scroll down a bit. So this is, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I can read, so I guess I'll do this. So in order this time, not in no specific order, in a specific order, we have branding, research, and emergency medicine. So our new one actually seemed to have won out there as number one. The M-STAR model, medical student training year in emergency medicine, research exposure in a medical school, MSTP programs, research conference attendance, NMF programs. I don't know what this one stands for. Yeah, I got that, but what does it stand for? Just NIH training grants? Okay. Leon Haley Bridges and other mentorship programs, diversity supplements, and academic associate programs. And those are our top 10, is that correct? Yes. Top? Yes. Well, we actually went to 11, and so we added on 11. So those are our top 11. And then I'll let you keep talking because I'm fumbling up here.
No, you're fine. Thank you. No, thank you so much. So before the final vote, would anyone like to discuss the current rank order? Yes, please.
Whereas if we can have curricula that is longitudinal throughout medical school that focuses folks on being researchers, that can be not just in emergency medicine, but throughout, but has SAEM as a helper in that project along with other organizations, I think we probably create more value for our efforts there.
Thank you so much for that input. Anyone else? Should anything be moved up? Okay. Yep. Yep. Yes, please.
I have two questions. Can you scroll up a little bit? And I want to see the points. And the reason I bring that up is, are those points based on ranking? So we rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1 being the highest. And so I just want to make sure, A, that's correct.
I'm sorry?
This is correct. The top one is the number one,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So the second point regarding a full training year, if there's that much hesitancy to want to extend it by another year, then there's got to be some either funding or it has to be some other method of integrating it, like journal clubs or something like that, so that we can get around these concerns.
Thank you.
Okay, someone handed me a mic, so I'm going to counter that argument real quick. As someone who is a program director who reads a lot of these applications, a lot of students are already taking a year. More than half of current medical students are taking a research year already. And I think that a lot of those research years there are mechanisms for those that kind of pipeline them towards other specialties. I know there are some for cardiac specialties, and there's no reason we shouldn't be capitalizing on that trend in emergency medicine and bringing them into the fold earlier. I'll also say, as someone who is a non-traditional medical student who had a child in medical school, that finding ways when you have to extend your residency or your medical school training anyway, that keeps you with a current CV with deliverables going on, can be a really great way to improve diversity for people who are coming from different walks of life than the traditional straight-through path.
Thank you for those points.
Yes, you need funding. And many schools, funding is available. Look, I hear you, it's not for everybody, and it probably varies from institution to institution, but yes, at my medical school, more than half of the students are taking a scholarly year either to do research or to get a master's degree. So the pool is deep and broad, and I do think we should tap into it. And you can fund it with a diversity supplement.
So I think that this is really key, because it's good to have this kind of debate. This is really what we were trying to get to. So for students that not necessary to do it, right? So students that want to get through their medical school, want to get to their residency, maybe not necessary, but we're hearing that there's a lot of students that are wanting to take a year out and do research. So why not offer them the opportunity to do it in emergency medicine and not all the other specialties that they're already choosing to do it in? So it's for both, right? So yeah.
Yes, Basma.
Basma Safdar from Yale. So as the faculty affairs person, the one other element that I want to add is just like on the other side, when people do reach the faculty time and start a clinician-scientist track, in the current healthcare model where the budgets are tightening, the ability to stay in the clinician-scientist track is very finite. There is now a upper limit on the number of years you can spend, which is not extendable like it used to be, much more now than I feel in the past. And so knowing that for people who are truly interested in research, they need some of those extra years before. And I think, when we're mentoring and coaching students, that's an important element to at least let them know when you're taking that clinician-scientist track, you kind of need to be in a K in order to be able to get to R if you're going to be funded in 6 years or so.
Thank you. Any other comments on the list?
Any of the other strategies that people feel should move up or move down?
This is more a question for the group. Throughout all three groups, diversity supplements was talked about again and again and again. I'm surprised it is so low on the list. And anyone who wants to speak up and explain why, I'd be interested. At this stage? Yeah. All right.
So what we're hearing a little bit is that maybe at this stage it's not the most bang for the buck relative to at the further stages. I think something like that, though, when we write this up, that's going to transcend. There's going to be a few things that transcend all stages. So even though it might be listed low here, I think it's anything that it hits on all three stages is something we're going to put forward as a high priority.
Yeah, I think the other A lot of these things overlap, so like there's not a lot of variation from like 2 to 5 or 2 to 6. So we clearly all agree. But like for example, anecdotally, I think it's mandatory that residents should have or students should have research conference paid for. But I wanted other things that are not being addressed to be higher. So it was more like it's not reflected in a quantitative survey, but the qualitative piece is we think all of these things are somewhat equitably important in that range, and maybe certain things are under addressed, and that's why they're a bit higher.
And I think, again, this is going to be one piece of data to inform a more comprehensive strategy. We would envision being true to the vote and like putting this as figures in the paper, but it will also illustrate how close the vote is in terms of, and we're going to be thinking about cost and impact and feasibility and how all these strategies are integrated into a comprehensive pathway when we make some strategic recommendations.
I was part of the Leon Haley Bridges group, and we had kind of broadened it to include things that focus on undergrad or even high school education programs. So in particular, things that introduce high school students to like EMT and other medical careers, and just kind of building off of what other people are saying related to what is kind of spanning all 3 groups versus what is kind of specific to one group. I think this is something that is really only found in this group, and I would just advocate for it to be higher, given that based off of the presentation from this morning, it has had a profound impact on hundreds, if not thousands, of high school students as they think about entering medical careers or as they're being introduced to even considering what medicine could look like as an option in their career.
Good. So that's a vote to move the category listed as the Leon Haley Bridges, but it's a bigger scope of influence in terms of partnering with all these existing undergrad, high school programs to bring people into health sciences. But have emergency medicine mentors to be part of that and to introduce them to the specialty itself.
So I'm Philip Mudd. I'm from Washington University in St. Louis. I think as a counterpoint to that, and the reason why I kind of rated that one a little lower compared to the MSTAR model was the focus away from research and more on getting underrepresented individuals into medicine. I think our goal here is to focus on the programs that have a drive to get people interested in research in emergency medicine. And there's a lot of things I like about that program, and maybe a program like that a foundation could put together that focuses on getting folks interested in EM and EM research would be great. But I think just as compared to the MSTAR, where you have different subsets of that are focused on research in different areas, I think we can make more of an impact by putting our drive behind that MSTAR model.
Yeah, thank you for that. Any other reflections on the list?
All right, let's call the vote. Can you show the QR there? QR on your table? Are you pausing? You saying to pause? Yeah.
Can I just make a suggestion? Because again, are we hoping to distill it down to a smaller number that has more support with the second vote, or is this just a chance for us to like reframe? Well, you could tell each of us that we could only vote for 5 things, for example, and then see what happens.
Well, that was not the original plan. What I would say... Yeah, you missed the planning meeting. If you can still put your top 5 things in the top 5, right? Then just put your top 5 things in the top 5. And then you don't have to vote for the rest of them if you don't want to. But we do want information from, because we want information.
The NA vote is a vote of 0. Yeah. Like, we should not do it. So if there's something you're like, that's not worth it.
Yeah. So I would I think you can achieve what Lynn wants to achieve by basically picking your top 5. But then I think we do want to have a rank for all of them because we put a lot of effort into talking about each one of these, and we want to know whether they are beneficial or not beneficial. Because what we said was if something falls off the list and we publish this, we'll say, why didn't you talk about academic associate programs? Because like everyone knows that's the best way to go forward, right? So we'll have this vote to show that that was at the bottom, for example. All right, we don't want to lose information. All right, well, while everybody's voting, do we want to get set up for the next round? We could probably zoom that in a little bit too.
All right, we're gonna zoom.
Oh yeah.
No, it doesn't let me.
It didn't stay. It didn't stick.
No. Oh, there we go. Too small. I was told that this sounded like a stream of consciousness when I come up here and try to interact with technology, and I just did it again.
Can we make it even bigger?
Make it even bigger?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then
you can scroll up and down.
Right, okay.
Because people can't read. One more.
Oh, I see what you're
One
trying
more.
to do. There we go.
One more.
One more?
Yeah, because people
Oh,
can't
wait,
read the
bigger
text.
in size.
Bigger, bigger, bigger. One more. There you go. Okay.
All right.
Then you can scroll up and down.
All right. Okay, so the winner was R38 and R25. That's closely followed by residency research year. And I think that those are both very similar, right? Then we're coming into the PSTP, which is also other hybrid residency fellowship ones. That was that third one where you have the 5-year programs. Then the residency specialty tracks, this is like the scholarly concentration type thing, but does not extend the training. Next, we have the T32. And then these were all very, very close. Research courses through, research
those were
courses.
national SAEM.
National SAEM, foundational type things. Then we have the loan repayment program through NIH. Then we have diversity supplements showing up here, followed by the T32 fellowship, integrating them specifically into the clinical fellowships. And then diversity incentives for funders, and then research incentives. So let's open the floor to discussion on, I'm gonna zoom out now, so you can see them all in their entirety as a rank. Ashley.
The entire point of this is that people get funding to engage more diverse researchers. Then why is diversity incentives for funders lower? I would just advocate that it would be higher. That was my one thing. Maybe I'm biased because it was my group, but.
I wonder if it is because of the stage that this is in, and it may be that, and I mean, let's not do the whole day over again, but that conflating the residency with fellowship may complicate that, because a lot of residency programs are just, it's match, it's the program, it is the program. But I do think for fellowship, there's a little bit more room for that. Moving specialty tracks down.
I understand the value of them, so please don't think that. But I don't know if the target of what we're thinking about is that those specialty tracks really enhance independent investigators in our specialty. I think it gives people meaning and purpose, right? So it's important for flourishing. But I'm not sure if it increases the pathway towards scholarship generation as much as some of the other ones. So a T32 certainly would, right? Potentially for at least one person or two people. So there are two T32 things here about, and the fellowship integration, I'm gonna stop 1 second. I do think that also allows us to cross that bridge across different disciplines within our institutions.
That's fair. Marcia, I think your hand went up next, actually.
Oh, am I next?
Yeah.
I would just advocate for moving up the loan repayment programs, as well as, obviously I'm very biased, diversity supplements. If we have T32s up there, the same, independent investigators that can apply for a T32, those departments are full of R1 investigators that should be applying for diversity supplements. As well as, when you're a resident, you are thinking about the mound of student loan, most residents are thinking about the mound of student loans they have when they're about to finish this fellowship, and you want to catch these prospective independent investigators in our specialty at the point where they're about to make this decision, and helping them pay down those student loans or giving them a mechanism to pay down those student loans will make it much more feasible for them to enter the investigator pathway, other than going community emergency medicine and making a ton of money, right? So I just would advocate for both of those to be moved up. Biased.
Hello? Oh, sorry. Are you? I'm not sure who's next here. Go ahead. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to respond about residency specialty tracks. So I think that what interests me about the research track is that it contributes to resident research culture, as we talked about in the faculty thing, but not as much here. In that for people who don't want to be NIH or K or R researchers, but want to have research literacy or be involved as an academician or have some form of scholarship in their career, it gives them an opportunity to do that without having to commit to a huge endeavor. And so I think that they're important for continuing to build culture in our residents, which then translates to better culture in our faculty.
But can I ask you a point on that though? So if the outcome that we are looking for is more physician scientists on the other end, is it really just improving research literacy among residents generally the goal, or is the goal to really equip future researchers with foundational skills?
So as we kind of talked about in the faculty version, I think you have your researchers who do the K and the R work, but there requires a community of people who are also interested and also inquisitive and also know what they're doing to some extent, so that you don't end up with one person bearing the brunt of an entire project. When we talk about some of these large multi-center studies and stuff like that, yes, there's one guy who's running, or one person who's running the thing, but there's probably 50 or 60 other people, and that can be really, really difficult when you have a department full of people that don't have any interest in research as a general academic pursuit. So I think just building that culture is super important overall.
I'm just going to add a little bit to what Dr. Wilder said. Really high up there is the residency research here. And as a place that has one, part of this was sustainability of a diversity in workforce, and you cannot have that without funding. So I also would argue for elevating both diversity incentives, and T32 is already pretty high. I can live with that, where that is on the list.
I don't want to rehash things, but another vote for residency specialty tracks. I don't think these have to exist as 5 independent curriculum in your program. If you have an EMS track and a medical education track and an ultrasound track, all of those folks are going to be doing research. And it's an important part to their career as an academician. They're going to be doing research. They might not consider themselves career researchers, but the common thread between those is that there should be a research curriculum along with those residency specialty tracks that is supported here to help make good researchers that are doing good quality science in all of those specialty tracks.
I think that's really interesting that I just want to But I think that Marseille is bringing up a good point about the rigor, right? An element of that, because when you have resident scholar tracks in ultrasound, right, or toxicology, it's not understood that that would be, or expected at all, that that would supplant a fellowship training in that, right? Like they're not coming out board certified, nor would you expect someone who did a residency research track to be a future, like right off the bat, clinician-scientist. So I think that's kind of what one of the critiques here is, that might not have the rigor in teaching those foundational skills. It might give them the intro to it if they wanted to do a secondary fellowship, much like someone who's very interested in EMS may do that scholarly track and go on to a fellowship.
I changed my mind. I do want to say something. So it's a lot of resident specialty track discussion, but I think there's different things you can get out of it, and it depends on how you do it. If we're thinking about to get someone to funded investigator status, if you do it a certain way, it can catapult. So you have someone who thinks they might want to go that path or is sure they want to go that path, you can start them in their residency with their mentor, getting preliminary data, getting publications with their mentor, building their mentorship team, building their credibility in that space. Then they move into a research fellowship where they actually get their MPH and they prepare their K, and maybe now their K goes out after a year of fellowship instead of 2. So there's exactly what was said. Some people just teach them how to be scientists a little bit. That's great, but you could use these tracks as a way, and it goes both ways. I look at it as an interview for a person, like, do I think they're going to be a successful funded investigator, so they will take them as a research fellow? It could be a way for someone to not commit to 2 years of research fellowship, but really see what this looks like, someone who may not have had that exposure before. So if you think of it the right way as a almost like a pre-fellowship, then I think you can get something important out of it.
I think Linda?
Yeah, so I'm going to continue the resident specialty track train here. As someone who has a program that basically has 15 different tracks in their final year of residency, I want to say that I think not only is the sustainability of this type of intervention very important and easy, right, once you get it going, to the broad reach of getting to people who have never thought that they were interested in research, or who never thought, oh wow, I always thought I wanted to, just be a clinical person who focuses in geriatrics, to understand like, oh my gosh, I could actually understand how to do research in that domain. And I think we've talked a couple times about the fact that this, someone said passion somewhere over there, I don't remember where, right? This really allows people to find a passion for something that then if they have the opportunity, because there is a research track, to say, oh, I want to partner with the research track and say, I want to spend half my time learning about my content area and the other half of my time seeing if research is for me and building some skills and, maybe taking a class on, I don't know, like you have a resident geospatial analysis, right? I have a resident who literally now has a career in geospatial analysis because he thought it was interesting and decided to take a class during his 4th year in the track because he was aligned with people doing research. So I think that I just want to advocate for it to stay high on the list because I think that it one has, as I said, a big impact, but 2, I think it levels the playing field for people who have not had background development. So from a diversity perspective, for people who are coming in without training in research or training in how to come up with a question or to be curious about a question, being forced to participate in some type of program that does something like that, I think evens the playing field and sort of elevates everybody. So then yes, you have people who might say, oh my gosh, this is my path and my career, who didn't think that beforehand. And other people who say, you know what, I'm gonna support people and be on the teams because I think this is super cool, but that's not for me. So I just think it's a really, if you don't expose people to it, they're never going to know whether or not it's for them or not. And this is a great opportunity to standardize something for everybody as opposed to for like 3 people who can get into a specific NIH grant somewhere.
Appeal to the research curious. I like it.
My comment is not about resident specialty tracks, but I would advocate to move down residency research year in lieu of things like NIH loan repayment and NIH diversity supplements. And the reason is because extending training in a PGY scale pay is a huge opportunity cost. And from a diversity perspective, I think you're going to be hard pressed to find students that are, for example, first gen that would extend their training at a PGY salary. One of the saving graces, I think, of research fellowships that exist is that they are not ACGME and therefore can be paid slightly higher. So just something for us to consider. I would recommend moving residency research year down.
I'll be the counterpoint. And only in so much as that, because I have a hard time sort of parsing these differences, but just for the sake of argument, the NIH loan repayment, the diversity supplements, they're already there. We're not creating them new. We just have to do them. So if we are sort of, as a specialty, trying to de novo create new opportunities, that is why I put those things up higher, because those are things that we haven't really done before or are not currently doing. We are doing NIH loan repayment, we're just not doing it as well as we could. We're already doing diversity supplements, we're just not doing it as well as we could. So in terms of priorities, I agree with you. In fact, the NIH loan repayment allows somebody maybe to take that extra year, or the diversity supplement allows them to take that extra year. So these things almost sort of come in conjunction for me, and what I ranked at the top were the things that I think as a specialty we are not doing or haven't done ever and need to be doing to sort of put us on the same playing field as the other specialties. That was a roundabout way of trying to appease everybody on that one, but.
No, I think that you're actually pointing out a really good point, and that these are very interrelated, and that it's a lot of the same story by different names, right? Whether it's an extra year, or whether, like, where you're just calling it a year, or whether it's this PSTP hybrid thing where there's still an extra year, but we call it, or it's whether it's an extra year but we're calling it a fellowship, or whether it's an extra year and we're calling it an R38. Like, it's all adding up to, you're gonna get paid less for another year some way or another. It's just a matter of who's paying it. Yeah?
Yeah, I do want to make a comment on the whole extra year concept. And sometimes we think about that, like, taking time out to do research training earlier in your career delays you to be growing up and becoming an adult, right? Or delays you to get to the whatever finish line your vision is. But a lot of these programs, and especially when we talked at Table 1 about the R25 and R38 program, built into those mechanisms is a way to get you to that next milestone faster. So if you take that year, take that time during residency, you can get to your, if your K award is your goal, you could probably get to your K award within 1 or 2 years out of residency instead of 5 years out of residency. So, or 10 years residency. So, like, this concept of investing early to accelerate your trajectory to the goals that you want to get to, I think is an important concept that we want to emphasize, because I think in some ways the longer you wait to get the training you need, sometimes the harder it is, or at least the flatter your trajectory is going to be when all other life's distractions come upon you and you're an attending physician and you realize that even though the shift count is way lower than when you were a resident, it's a lot harder and a lot more work. So, so I just want to emphasize that concept of investing early can accelerate someone's trajectory to success.
Any other comments, modifications, bump up, bump down, down votes, up votes, whatever they say on Reddit? No? All right. Then I will bring the QR code down. What do you want? Oh.
This has been a great discussion.
Yes. You guys have swayed me. My list is all over the place now, thanks to all the great thought in this room. So I've been told to encourage you to close out your votes on the first one. That includes myself, because I came right up here. And so that we can finalize those results and share them with you after this last one. So vote for both of them if you haven't yet.
strategies to enhance research, and then we're talking about mechanisms to fund those things. So diversity supplements, I don't think of diversity supplements versus having a resident research year. Diversity supplements are a way to fund the resident. I'm sort of recapitulating what you said, but it's a little bit harder to numerically rank things that I think are somewhat in parallel. Some are, how do we get a bigger, more robust, more diverse research infrastructure, and then how are we going to facilitate and fund that, as opposed to just a straight rank. It's just a generic comment, but I think it's part of the struggle in putting these 1 through 10 or 12 or whatnot.
And before we do, we are officially closing the undergrad. So if you haven't voted, put it in quickly.
This is the faculty education group 1. So we have the K08, K23 early career NIH career development awards, building a research culture, which was a latecomer kind of in the discussion of the notion of that we have our NIH researchers, but then also the importance of building a research culture within a department. Research fellowships, and meaning those like in terms of SAEM certified fellowships or otherwise, but dedicated research fellowships within a department. Challenges in DEI comes up. Grant support academic. I don't know what that means, or how does that expand to? In any case, you guys can read what we've got up there. Let's see. Grant support. Academic departments should. This is for grant support of SAEM Foundation and EMF training grants, so to further promote those. Then we have CTSA K-12, KL2 grants, talking about non-clinical researchers such as PhDs within the department, research networks such as PCARN and Siren, K-12 advocacy within EM societies, K-24 applications, that's the mentorship awards, submitting T32 applications, and then, let's see, mid-career faculty joint appointments, which was also a discussion, but with folks to have a discussion about moving things up, down, sideways. And to answer Nate's question, I think as we were talking about diversity supplements and mechanisms to employ, that might be something we bring out in the publication in terms of sort of strategies for emergency medicine research and then tactics for, I don't know, it's gonna be your deal, the publication, but I'm just trying to say, like, you know, I think we can address both things pretty well without, you know, without having to eliminate one or the other. Because I think we've all come to the agreement there are certain things that we need to access more aggressively, more avidly, and that we're not doing very well. So it might not be a very specific type of grant strategy, but something we recognize as a specialty that we need to do. Yes.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to actually dovetail to Nate's comment earlier that I thought it was really insightful to say maybe we should be ranking highest the things that we just aren't doing. But another rubric would be to say we want to rank highest the things that are highest yield. In other words, they are the lowest hanging fruit, and focusing on them would have the biggest bang for the buck. And so I think we want to at least think about that in the manuscript, that sort of perhaps it's worth saying we aren't doing this at all, but focusing a lot of resources on getting from 0 to 1.5 may not be the most appropriate way for us to focus. And so, for example, diversity supplements, though we're having a few of them, as an example, that might be something that is low-hanging fruit, and focusing more on them might have, for example, a very large impact. And so, for me, I think that's another way for us to think about the ranking, is whether the ranking is in this context of high yield or whether the ranking is in the context of what we're not yet doing. Thank you.
Chuck?
Non-clinical researchers kind of means we want basic scientists. I think we should use non-clinician researchers for the manuscript, because otherwise it'll create confusion.
Oh, good point, good point. We're also talking about like PhD statisticians and so forth, so thank you for that vernacular change.
Yeah, just to touch briefly on how this is going to get all adjudicated in a manuscript. I think you have a good point about sort of strategies versus tactics, funding mechanisms versus programs. The other thing we're going to build into this is sort of like we talked about, what's easy to do or hard to do, what's high impact, what's low impact. So, and we can build that into like the timeline of things we should do now. Like there's things we can do tomorrow, right, that are easy to do, and we should just do them regardless of where they are on the rank, right? It's the ones that are hard to do, are going to require a lot of resources and effort, where we think this ranking might be a little bit more important, and we look for what's the bang for the buck on that. But we don't, again, this is going to be just one piece of data to help us inform these things. We're going to flesh this out much more, and what's easy, what takes no effort, what takes some resources, what takes a lot of resources, what can happen in a week, what can happen in 5 years, right? So all of that will be incorporated in that. I think it's impossible to do that in a one afternoon consensus conference. So this is just like the first cut of what people think is important.
Other comments? I know people are getting a little late in the day. We're almost there. Other comments?
Cindy Hsu from University of Michigan. So I think, I hope I have the last comment, and I think our brain cells are a little bit dried up right now. But I would just say that, and this is something I made in a prior consensus type conference, which is that I would argue that we have this today been working under the construct of what's already created in terms of funding mechanism and the pipeline programs and all sorts of things. And we're trying to rank what already exists and trying to really advocate for what are some of the top priorities. I would argue that we haven't really come up with any new or innovative strategies to target some of the important top priorities, and that these ideas may not even come from anybody in this room, right? And that's really I think a huge issue about diversifying our pathways and pipelines is that we are, I think we're preaching to the choir here, which is that all of us inherently either are brought up or been mentored or are looking for mentors to really continue the mission of emergency medicine research. But that I think to truly innovate, we actually probably should go outside this room and continue the dialogue. So I hope that's something we can convey that in the publication, whether from the qualitative comments that come through this conference or even a post-conference survey of some sort. So.
Well, it'd be fascinating to be able to have the audience of, I don't know, a bunch of pre-med students or students on their way to medical school and be like, well, what would it take for you to be interested in emergency medicine research or investigation, and just see what comes out. I mean, as part of their, sort of user-centric questions. We might be surprised. Alrighty, going once, going twice, 2.5 times, 3. All right. Scroll down. And then, QR code. Whoops. Ah!
Up is down and down is up.
There it is, okay. QR code.
So we have reached the end of the day. So thank you all again. And as Dr. Richardson said, I think we had amazing discussion. I think everyone's very engaged, and I think will lead to some very compelling results. So I'd just like to ask Dr. Neumar to come forward now and just talk about the next steps, including the virtual conference.
All right, well, it's been a long day, but incredible discussion. It was just fantastic to see people here from all different stages of research careers in emergency medicine. I think that we had some great input and insights into some of the strategies and tactics that have been proposed. So we're going to take this information, not only just the vote, but what we recorded from the notes from all the discussions, and next steps is going to be to sort of begin putting this into a publication format, but we are going to have a follow-up virtual meeting to talk about things in a little bit more detail, and I think at that time we're going to be able to flesh out some of the things that were brought up related to things that are easy to do that we can do right away, things that are going to be harder to do, and how we prioritize those harder things to do, coming up with timelines, metrics, and goals. And the other thing is assignments. Who is going to be responsible for making these things happen? Because if you just throw out a list of things that's something we should do, everyone goes like this and says, yes, you should do that, right? So we're going to charge, our national organizations, our national funding agencies, our advocacy groups to go outside emergency medicine and advocate for some of these things. We're going to charge our funded researchers. They're going to have some assignments to do that, and we're going to actually, challenge our residents and our medical students to engage in this process in a way that they can be successfle. And if we're able to do that, I think the future is extremely bright for research in this specialty. I mean, one of the advantages that we have is that the patient population we treat touches just about every disease state that exists, right? So we are not limited in human pathophysiology that we can study, right? And we also see patient populations that nobody else sees. And it is our responsibility to optimize the treatment and care of those patients. And we can't rely, and I've said this in many other venues, we cannot rely on people scientists outside the specialty to solve the problems that we see in front of us every day that we need to solve and optimize the care for the people that we treat. So I thank you for your time and effort. I appreciate you coming out a day early for this and spending the whole day with us here. And hopefully we'll make it worth your while in terms of the strategies that we push forward and the advocacy to make it happen. So thank you again.